are live, and this is the TWIS Minion Science Island Hangout. Joining me tonight is Kyle. How you doing, Kyle?
Good.
Got his own little bachelor pad now, so working 2 jobs to pay for it, but hey. And you were out ice fishing at minus 42 degrees, you mentioned earlier?
No. I brought my Bluetooth headphones out there, and now they're starting to have problems because I brought them out to 42 below. I went ice fishing and it was like 13 below. It was like a few days ago.
Well, you got frozen fish when you catch it already. Right?
Oh yeah.
Also joining me, come on, what are you shaking your head? I tried. Is Dale, our friend Dale from Canada. How you doing? Dale's making funny.
I'm doing awesome.
That is good.
It's finally warmed up here, so I'm happy.
Well, it's not warmed up here, but we don't get the minus 42 degrees like Kyle does. We get the wind chills down below minus, but not that much. And in any event, to get the show on the road, we're going to be talking about science, and particularly if Pamela Chelsey Taylor, who was here earlier, she might be able to pop back. We can talk about a little bit of politics. If Justin Jackson can join us, maybe in about an hour, then maybe we'll talk a lot about politics. So we shall see. But the first story, a story about science. We're talking about nanomedicine, little nanobots going through your body. And this is to keep atherosclerosis in check using nanomedicine. I will attempt a screen share, mostly so you don't have to look at the top of my head while I'm talking about the story. I want to present it to everyone. Okay, we got a picture there. And this is from the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Nanometer-sized drones that deliver a special type of healing molecule to fat deposits in arteries could become a new way to prevent heart attacks caused by atherosclerosis. And this atherosclerosis of the coronary arteries is the #1 killer of women and men in the U.S., resulting in 1 out of every 4 deaths. In the study, targeted biodegradable nanodrones delivered a special type of drug that promotes healing successfully reconstructed atherosclerosis plaques in mice to make them more stable. This modeling of the plaque environment would be predicted in humans to block plaque rupture and thrombosis and thereby prevent heart attacks and strokes. In the study, targeted nanomedicines made from polymeric building blocks that are utilized in numerous FDA-approved products to date were nano-engineered to carry an inflammatory drug payload in the form of a biomimetic peptide. Furthermore, this peptide was derived from one of the body's own natural inflammatory resolving proteins called Annex, A-N-N-E-X-I-N-A-1. The way the nanomedicines were delivered enabled this biological therapy to be released at the targeted site, the atherosclerotic plaque, in a controlled manner. In mouse models with advanced atherosclerosis, researchers administered nanomedicine and relevant controls. Following 5 weeks of treatment with the nanomedicine, damage to the arteries were significantly repaired. Plaque was stabilized. The targeted nanomedicines used in this current study were engineered by researchers at BWH. Following preliminary proof of principle studies at Columbia University and models of inflammation, they were further tested in a clinically relevant disease model in mice and were shown to be capable of maneuvering through the blood circulation and traversing leaky regions through the inside of the plaques, as was demonstrated by fluorescent microscopy imaging of the plaque lesions. That's pretty amazing. I wonder what the mechanism for getting them to navigate through the system, if it's pretty much something they do on their own, which would be my guess, or if one day they'll actually be able to control it. A surgeon or somebody, the doctor, will be able to control how these nanomedicines navigate through our system. Going on. These nanomedicines are delivered using biodegradable polymers that can break up over time in the body using the body's natural mechanisms and can be nano-engineered using scalable chemistries and nanotechnologies, which ultimately can facilitate their rapid translation to the clinic. Researchers caution that although plaques in mice look a lot like human plaques, mice do not have heart attacks. So the real test of the nanoparticles will not come until they are tested in humans. To be ready for testing in humans, the team plans with more potent resolution-inducing drugs. We think we can obtain even better delivery through plaques and improve healing more than the current peptides. Well, there you have nanomedicine. Talk! The lightning bolt. Dale's lightning bolt there.
I figure that's kind of sciencey, so.
Yes, it is. We're going to deliver the nanomedicine by lightning bolt. Captain America. It is amazing, though, how these objects, this is molecule-sized objects. First of all, how they can engineer them that size, so that they can then, introduce them into our system, and it can deliver medication.
Did they say they're using DNA origami, or is that what they're using to build a nanobot?
No, they didn't. That's what I saw. They really didn't go into details on the engineering aspect of it.
Because I remember around 2005-ish, they came out with a way of self-organizing molecules using the rules around DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So because C binds to G always, and A binds to T, those nucleotides, they could use those to basically derive shapes, and they're self-forming. When you remember the first thing they made was happy faces, and then they amplified them, and it was really neat. But now they've made all sorts of instruments, so maybe that's it.
Yeah, there wasn't a link to the abstract, so I don't know how they actually nano-engineered. It sounds like, because I've read other stories about this type of nanotechnology, how it's becoming more advanced, one of those areas that's really dramatically improving quickly.
Yeah, it could be the DNA origami, and it's really amazing what they're doing with that stuff, if that's what it is. But what's great about it is it self-assembles, right? So you mix up the components together, and if you want to make more of it, you just use PCR amplification to make up more of the base molecules that you need in order to build these products. So it's a very easy, simple process that's been around forever to amplify this stuff. So you could do it in your kitchen if you know how.
What do you think, Kyle?
What do I think?
About this nanomedicine?
Oh, nanomedicine, it's a go. I'm all for it. I mean, think about it. We can make things look as if it never even existed in the body. And right now, we still can leave traces.
Yeah, it's the way we used to, the way many people still deliver medicine. It's invasive, and it doesn't have the precision, I don't believe, of this nanomedicine. So it can do a lot of damage to the body when it's delivered. With these very precise, for instance, when they nano-engineer these nanomedicines, they're using precise molecules. I'm not saying it correctly, but they're using a very specific kind of, is it a peptide? And it's going to only deliver, it's only going to take care of the tumors. Is it the tumors that the nanomedicine is attracted to, I think?
I think what happens is those types of cells express, like cancer cells express very unique signatures, kind of like HIV. I believe it exposes a molecule called CD4, which is a surface protein. And I believe, with certain types of cancers, there's different, with a type of breast cancer, those cells have estrogen receptors on them, and there's more of them on these specific cancer cells, so they can target them. And so basically, they're coming up with an approach of actually making nanobots that can go in, and it's not just building molecules, but they're building more and more intelligent devices that can lock onto those surface molecules and destroy them and do what they want at will. And I think at some point, they're gonna repair that blueprint, and they'll use like an injection using a CRISPR-Cas9 technique. They'll find a vector other than, right now they're using viruses, right, to get inside of cells, but they'll have more targeted ways of reprogramming them instead of just killing them.
Yeah, and think of now when you're removing plaque, the operations. I had a friend of mine who had a problem where his heart problem, where the plaques continued to, I say, rebuild, blocking his arteries. He had 2 operations, and the second one he didn't survive. And now, I think with something like this little nanomedicine, instead of, you're sticking something through the artery itself, perhaps, and you're kind of breaking up the plaque, here, you're just delivering this tiny little nanomedicine thing. So it's not going to be doing as much damage. You're not going through this big operation. All major operations carry risk, and you're able to deal with the medical problem far more innovatively. Pamela is here. Now Chelsey is sleeping. Gotta be a little bit quiet. And she also, good grief. Pamela was here 15 minutes ago. In 15 minutes, she's put her baby to sleep and has baked cookies. Multitasking Pamela.
No, I put them on to bake this morning in the slow cooker.
You bake cookies in a slow cooker?
I bake everything in the slow cooker.
Yeah, everything's supposed to taste much better in a slow cooker.
Yeah. It's slow. It takes 2.5 hours instead of 20 minutes, but it's worth it.
I have a slow cooker. I wonder why it tastes better, though. Like, why? What's the reason? Because it does.
Yeah, anything slowly cooked, I would have to look up why. And I mean, I don't eat meat, but I know there are these, I don't know about there, but there's restaurants here. I know the Hog's Breath Cafe, you probably have it. There's an 18 overnight or something. And it's I don't know, $30. It's really expensive, but apparently it's the best. I can't tell you, haven't tried it. But I think everything tastes better when it's full. I don't know why. We should look that up for science.
Yeah, I totally. Like, I wonder if it's more nutritious too. Like, are you? Because when you use microwaves and all these other things, I wonder if you aren't. You know, is there less nutrients available when you microwave something, or when you use a harsher cooking technique rather than slow cooking it? I wonder if there's science behind that.
Oh, well, with microwaves, I know you can actually change the DNA of the food. I'll have to look this up, but I've read that before. And just for example, you know, anthrax. If you think you might have anthrax in the mail, you can put your envelope in the microwave for 2 minutes, and it neutralizes it. So microwaves change everything. I don't use them. You know what I use a microwave for? Sterilizing. That's it. So my dishcloths, so that I don't have to throw them out when they get a bit stinky. If you put them in the microwave for 2 minutes, they're like a new dishcloth again. It dries them out and you start again. It's clean. I use BPA-free plastic bottles when I do have to, although Chelsea is up to drinking out of a normal cup now. So anyway, but sterilizing them when she was under 6 months old in a microwave with steam. Yeah, that's really it.
You're not going to like this. I microwave everything.
That's nothing to do with me.
Me too.
Well, I just microwave.
Rock on, Dale.
Microwaves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of these days, I suddenly won't show
I
up.
used to.
I won't be on the show, and the microwave's going to kill me, literally.
You know, when they first came out, I can remember in our cafeteria at the bank, they had a warning notice on it. Something about you had to be so many feet away from it when they turned it on. And I remember one guy, he was a very smart guy, and he wouldn't come anywhere near, he wouldn't go into the same room when the microwave was working. And that obviously, unless they had bad microwave ovens back then or something. I just use it as a time saver. I don't own a microwave oven, but I buy the microwavable dishes. But for me, the microwave would take 5 minutes, and when I put them in the oven, it takes 50 minutes. So it's a time saver.
Okay, you know what? I am going into Wikipedia to look at microwaves to see if they comment on microwave damage. How about that? See if Wikipedia...
And while you're in there, find out why everything tastes better in a slow cooker.
Well,
Yeah.
isn't it because it's tender? It's cooked more slowly, and therefore it's more tender. I know when you have tough meat, if you have tough meat, they recommend slow cooking with it. And when you talk about stews, they recommend slow cooking so that the meat will be more tender. If you're talking about a steak, whoops, here we go. A cookie.
Okay, here we go. You guys ready for this?
We're ready.
So this is from Wikipedia. So you got to take it, and they've actually cited everything here. So it says microwaves do not contain sufficient energy to chemically change substances by ionization, and so are an example of non-ionizing radiation. So ionizing and non-ionizing so I know a lot about that because we do that we use that sort of radiation at work within broadcast engineering. So non-ionizing is an example of the radiation cannot pass through the chemical bonds and like pierce into your skin or whatever. So non-ionizing means that it's much safer. Whereas ionizing radiation, there's sufficient energy and the wavelength is small enough that it'll actually pass through chemical substances. So what they're saying, it does not contain sufficient energy to chemically change the substances. Now, we need to learn a little bit about that because it heats your food, and the inside of your food gets heated up. So if it's not passing through the substance, then how is it being heated, right? So they go on saying the word radiation refers to energy radiating from a source and not radioactivity. Well, of course not. It has been shown conclusively that microwaves or other non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation have significant adverse biological effects at low levels. Some, but not all, studies suggest that long-term exposure may have a carcinogenic effect. This is separate from risks associated with very high-intensity exposure, which can cause heating and burns like any heat source, and is not a unique property of microwaves specifically. So, during World War II, it was observed that individuals in the radiation path of radar installations experienced clicks and buzzing sounds in response to microwave radiation. This microwave auditory effect was thought to be caused by the microwaves inducing an electric current in the hearing centers of the brain. So the first comment, they said microwaves do not contain sufficient energy to chemically change substances. So they cited that. I'm going to look at where they cited it. And it's from an article from Hyperphysics, and it's called Interaction of Radiation with Matter. And I'm just clicking on that. Microwave, the quantum energy, let me just see here. So, okay.
Doesn't it excite the molecules in the food?
Right, so maybe it can excite the molecules, but can't, it doesn't have the energy to disrupt them, because in order to change the DNA, you'd have to change that molecule into something else, right? It'd have to be able to break it up. So here it says microwave interactions. The quantum energy of microwave photons in the range of 0.0001 to 001 electron volts, which is in the range of energies separated in quantum states of molecular rotation and torsion. The interaction of microwaves with matter other than metallic conductors will be to rotate molecules and produce heat as a result of that molecular motion. Conductors will strongly absorb microwaves and any lower frequencies because they will cause electric currents which will heat the material. Most matter, including the human body, is largely transparent to microwaves. High-intensity microwaves, as in microwave oven, where they pass back and forth through the food millions of times, will heat the material by producing molecular rotations and torsions. Since the quantum energies are 1,000,000 times lower than that of X-rays, they cannot produce ionization of the characteristic types of radiation damage associated with ionizing radiation. So it does pass through the food, but it doesn't have sufficient level of energy to mutate the DNA, is what they're saying. And this is from a place called phys-astr.gsu.edu. It sounds like some sort of educational institution. I don't know where that is, GSU. Georgia State University, maybe?
I'm going to guess there's several GSUs. But
yeah, so I, if you look at what they're saying, they're claiming it doesn't, but that's pretty weak information so far. But anyway, it's interesting.
yeah, I mean, it's because, I mean, everybody has them. We were talking about how in that mall apartment building, how they couldn't have stoves, but they could have microwave ovens. I've never bought it because I wouldn't use it enough, and I don't really like microwave food. I don't know. It doesn't. I use it for tea, really. That's the only thing I would probably use a microwave oven for, is to heat up my tea and bacon. It works well with bacon for some reason.
So you don't like microwaves either, Ed?
No, I don't. I mean, my cousin has one. So I used to house sit her cats when she was on vacation. And I wanted to microwave the stupid cats, but we won't get into that. But well, whatever. We won't get into that, as they say. Before everybody thinks I'm a monster, let's quietly move on to the next story. And I'm kind of hoping Pamela might be able to cover it. I think you said you've mentioned it.
I am just trying to load it. It's not coming from that link.
Okay. I can talk a little bit about it, and then you, I think then you can give us your 2 cents worth.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just trying to get the story up, but I'm just going to say, yeah, I don't trust what you just read from Wikipedia and that. I'm pretty sure microwaves are a bit more lethal than that, and I don't have one, but if there's one in the vicinity, then I'll use it to sterilize them, but I don't actually own one.
Yeah, I wonder. Like I say, I just remember, Jesus, 30 years ago, 40 years ago when they first came out, they had that warning. I don't know. With my cousins, I don't see any kind of a warning on it or anything. There was this little sticker in front, so it can't, I mean, they wouldn't allow it to be sold to the public without a warning if there was, in fact, a significant warning, significant risk.
You're very trusting of the government.
You know, I'm trusting of corporations that don't want to get sued. That's what I'm trusting of. They don't put that warning on, and something happens, somebody's going to come along and sue them for $1 million. So it's not the government per se, it's the lawsuits.
Yeah, I used to do all the microwave stuff when I was a bachelorette, but now that I have a baby, I do no preservatives and from scratch and blah, blah, blah. Having a baby makes you look after yourself better as well. So I've got the story up now. If I'm speaking at this volume, can you hear me? Because if I speak louder, I'll wake her up.
Can hear you, yes.
You can hear? Okay. So I've just found it on, because it wouldn't load from my other source. So zmescience.com, but I'm pretty sure it's the same. It's the same story, just a different variation. Okay, now, stupid thing's trying to advertise to me. Okay, good. Now it's off my screen. So bacteria is also hereditary from mother to child, just like this before we went live before. So I think everyone, who would be watching this and is on here knows that you get approximately 50% of your DNA from your mum and 50% of your DNA from your dad, even though my baby looks exactly like her dad and nothing like me, and people think that she's adopted. But apparently she got 50% from me. The only proof that I have that I had her is a big scar across my stomach. But anyway, so now we have bacterial offspring. And the paper that came out in Nature suggests that microbes are passed down from mother, well, this is in mice, but we're not that far, we're not that different from mice. From mother mice to pups, passing down traits similarly to how genes influence illness and health. So bacteria is often thought as harmful, but, well, I think all of us know that bacteria is good, and it's neither good nor bad, it's just doing what it's doing, and it's how our body harnesses it that is the problem. So commensal bacteria, this is the kind of bacteria we're talking about here, can influence traits such as weight and behavior. So they've come out, or they, as in scientists, have come out and said that weight is genetic, but it might not actually be as genetic as we thought, because it's coming through bacteria now as well. So it's just, basically this reminds us that we don't know anything. What we think we know today will be different tomorrow. So a quote from the article is, "We've kept bacteria on one side of a line separating the factors that shape our development, the environmental side of that line, not the genetic side," said co blah blah, the author. Anyway, but our results show bacteria stepping over the line. This suggests we may need to substantially expand our thinking about their contributions, and perhaps the contributions of other microorganisms to genetics and heredity. So the thing is, you can be getting from your mother, and then even though you're not passing that bacteria on to your children, it's hereditary. So it's going on forever down the line, which is just crazy. So this may serve to explain some of the problems labs have faced all over the world. Scientists working with lab mice, for instance, might find their pets express new and sudden traits, which can't be explained by genetic variants alone. Obviously, the traits often spread from one mouse habitat to the next, but since these can spread to offspring, it goes to explain a lot. And they're looking at specifically at inflammatory bowel diseases such as Crohn's disease and also ulcerative colitis. And it just goes into basically the gut bacteria antibody called IgA, which is linked with bowel disease. So they're specifically looking at bowel disease in this experiment, but they'll be looking at others down the track, which is interesting to me because my dad died of bowel cancer, and everyone else, you know, all his other relatives have lived well over 90, so could have actually been a bacteria that was passed down from his mum to him when he was a baby and killed him in his early 50s. Anyone else want to add to that?
So it sounds like the bacteria has epigenetic, it's altering the epigenetic form, and it's altering the DNA at a higher level, or the expression of whatever the DNA is doing. And there's so much that we don't know about the microbiome and how it functions. But the good news is that all this stuff has become a computational challenge. So you know, that's greatly helpful, because as computer power gets faster and faster and new techniques come out, it's not just scientists sitting in labs trying to figure it out anymore, because our brain power just doesn't work that way. If you have a computer that can iterate and start to catalog and database all this material and be able to do you know, an analysis and comparisons across, you know, massive differential databases, we're going to get answers quicker, and hopefully that can help human health a little bit, so we can increase our understanding.
Yeah, it's looking at the article, it's the idea that it's a genetic cause. Talking about a genetic cause, and when I think of a genetic cause passed down from mother to child, so you start with your DNA, and one of the two parents may have a susceptibility in their genes to a particular illness. I'm having a bit of a problem picturing how this gut bacteria causing, I can see how it could cause changes to someone who's still alive. Okay, it's passed on, and so, you know, the baby is still alive, you're still alive. That's the epigenome. These are changes that are occurring as we live. I don't see how this could affect DNA itself unless the idea would be you've got a predisposition towards something. The gut bacteria increases that predisposition somehow. Therefore, you do or don't, you do survive and you pass it on. That's the part of this that I'm having a problem picturing. Why is this considered to be a genetic cause or a genetic change?
Well, we're about 90% bacteria, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we say that we're human, but we're only sort of 10% human, and the rest is bacteria, and we're just their space shuttle, you know, moving the bacteria around the planet, their host, really. And I guess they influence us more than we realized. That's what I was saying before. This article it doesn't really tell us It tells us what we don't know, what we thought we knew.
And we get that. I mean,
It's not.
you've got, okay, so you got your little engine inside every cell. You got your little engine that's inside your stem cell, and you've got two components. You've got the DNA component, and you've got the ribosomal component. There's other stuff working in there, but that's basically the two parts of this little factory inside your cell. Now, the DNA, that's strictly what you inherit. You know, 23 chromosomes from the father, 23 chromosomes from the mother. I don't know. I remember reading somewhere that you can also have at that point some DNA sequences that I'll say make their way into that chain. So you got your chain of DNA, and you may have a sequence in that chain that is not exactly from both your mother or your father. Maybe that's mutation, and maybe I don't know what I'm talking about there. But that's a starting point. Mutations, the DNA itself. Okay. Then you've got the ribosome. And I'm sure Dale will bail me out here. I can see he's got arrows, and he's got lightning bolts, and he's got little flowers. So I'm sure he'll bail the old guy out here. But the other thing is, okay, you got your ribosome, and it's copying. You know, your DNA's been cleaved in half. One half is being copied by your messenger RNA, and you have transcription. But you can have transcription errors. And so these transcription errors mean eventually that the protein produced by the RNA isn't exactly the correct protein, and may cause problems. Okay, I've babbled enough.
Well, I think you're right. Like the transcription, like epigenetics is the study of where you have these long-term stable alterations at the transcriptional level, and there's ways that these transcriptional elements are fairly permanent, and you know, that's seen in the obvious, the very obvious, right? So if you eat food that is healthy for you, you end up being healthier. If you exercise more, and those are all, you know, partially at different levels epigenetic traits that you can control through your environment. So I think you're bang on.
Okay.
And our microbiome are these. It's this bacteria in us. These beings that are living that we can't really control, other than well, you know, in a way, I guess you can, because when you kiss somebody, 80 million bacteria on average are swapped, and that bacterial community that you have inside your body changes based on who you might be kissing at the time. And that's something that we covered a couple months ago. And I believe it was, and it's amazing, 80 million bacteria can be swapped with a kiss. So pick your mate very, very carefully, because your health may depend on it.
Well, our health depends on our bacteria. We couldn't survive without it. And it has been suggested that actually we're just a little container for our bacteria. And the bacteria basically are using us as a little spaceship kind of thing to protect themselves. And they control us to some degree, perhaps controlling the kinds of chemicals that may be released into our brain somehow. I don't know. So I guess it's a question. who controls who? Do we? I guess we. Well, I guess we do. We can control the bacteria. They clearly can control us to a degree.
Well,
You're running out of
your
room
gut
there.
bacteria is everything.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, your gut bacteria. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, your gut bacteria is everything. It's where your serotonin is made in, in that controls your brain. That you are what you eat, people. It controls not just your health, it controls your everything. So stop microwaving everything, Dale and Kyle. Get a slow cooker.
You know what? I think we're going to find out, like, I don't worry about the microwaves. It's totally possible. You might be bang on, you might be 100% correct, but from where I sit, I think that from an epidemiological standpoint, we're living longer and longer and longer through each generation, and so that if you look at that sort of aging curve, we're living longer lives, maybe not healthier, but we are living longer. And I think if we've had microwaves long enough that if there was some sort of major disastrous effect on human health, that we would begin to see it happening. And that's a very crude instrument. It's a very crude way to see it, and I know you can pick holes in that like crazy, and those holes may eventually prove out to be where this is a false statement. But just looking at it generally, I would think that if there's something majorly wrong with microwaves, we would be dying earlier.
But it's not just the microwaves themselves. I know from barely living by myself and nuking all of my food because I was working all the time and partying the rest of the time. It's the type of food you eat. When you say that when you microwave all of your food, are you making the food from scratch without preservatives but from organic material and fair trade material and then putting it in the microwave? Or are you buying, pre-prepared stuff?
Okay, I agree. I agree and I disagree. I agree with the statement that most people that are microwaving all their food are generally not eating as healthy as somebody that's using raw components. I do agree with that, because you're eating generally a lot of processed foods and prepackaged things that are not good for you. But the part I don't agree with is organic being healthier.
Okay. Well, that's a side note anyway. But I just know for me, I was working basically 7 a.m. until 10 at night. I would come home, put the frozen free thing from the frozen section in the microwave, go for my shower, come back out, scoff my food, go to bed, do it all again the next day. So it was all really processed, disgusting junk. I don't know how I got pregnant on that diet, really.
Well, you didn't get pregnant until you went to that diet, correct?
Maybe.
It's. I mean, this health. I mean, it's not any one component. And for instance, let's say microwaves. Well, the thing is, it's may not be the microwave itself. It's that people who may have an unhealthier lifestyle may be more prone to use a microwave. And I'm with Dale when it comes to the GMO stuff. It's all just chemicals and it's all just chemistry. Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, I also agree with her that people that use microwaves, generally they're doing it because they don't have much time. And when you equate that, when you don't have very much time, that usually means that in a very low time availability kind of environment where you're rushed all the time, that's usually a stressful environment, and that stressful environment. So the microwave is almost like a byproduct of a bad situation that you're in. You're using this to try to save some time, and that might indicate a less healthier lifestyle. So for sure, she has a really, really, really strong point. But I've studied the cell phone thing, which also uses radio frequencies, and I've looked very closely at that. And I've looked at a lot of websites that make claims that cell phones are bad for you. And generally, what I end up finding is I find people that are for it. There isn't a lot of people for it, but the science right now is, if you look at all of the studies, and there's been tons of studies, if you look at all of them, and if you looked at a trend line where the average nominal rate is in the middle, where it's not doing harm, as up here, or say it's not doing harm and it's doing harm, right? So the studies kind of all float around the middle. And so out of the thousands of studies that have been done, some of them show a little bit of harm, and some of them show no harm, but they all kind of range around that noisy kind of nominal mark if you plotted it on a graph. Generally, when something is really, really bad, or you're looking for spikes, but all of a sudden there's a massive spike that you see, and you see that across many, many studies. But what happens is people fall in love with their ideas, right? We all do this. Ed and I have talked a lot about this, where I do it, and you have to be very careful not to fall in love with your own ideas. You have to try to knock down your own ideas, and it's that confirmation bias. And so people in these websites get locked into thinking that, okay, I'm going to prove my idea right, so they start looking for science to back them instead of trying to disprove themselves. And they'll cherry pick studies that show a little bit more to the side of it does harm. But if you look at all that noise together, with cell phones anyways, that's the only one I've really researched. So if you look at the thousands of studies, it's all in this noisy band all around the nominal value, and there is no spike. And so far that leads me to conclude that there is no perceivable damage with the science that we currently have. If anybody cares about cell phones.
Cell phones are transformed. Actually, that's a story. Actually, I was going to consider this the main story of the entire Hangout. Kind of wanted to wait until Justin was going to show up, but we can always cover it again. This is, I consider the smartphones one of the real game changers, perhaps, in society. We've had certain things like the computer. The computer was a real game changer because it gave everybody access to almost any kind of information happening anywhere in the world. It was like the book almost. You come out with the book and all of a sudden it isn't just a group of people who control all that information. Now you have the book and you can write it and you can hand it out and you can go in schools, and then the computer was like that. All of a sudden you've got this magical device. You can go on and you can find out about anything happening anywhere in the world, and now where maybe your leader has been saying, these people over here, they're a bunch of crazy people, don't have anything to do with them. You go on your computer and you discover, you know what, they're not a bunch of crazy people. They're just like me. And now we got this little device, this little smartphone. It's got more power than my computer had. And it's empowering people all over the world. And the story, which I got when the Christian Science Monitor, and I'm hoping maybe Pamela can talk about it a little bit, or certainly she can mention what she feels about it. And it's women in India who are fighting sexual harassment by using their smartphones.
Yes, sorry, I just had to unmute myself. Yeah, definitely, it's empowering. You know, you can shame these guys. And not just in India, anywhere. But this is just what you were saying before we went on the air before, Ed, about, you know, it wasn't until the last couple of years that even poorer countries have access to, you know, to smartphones now. And I mean, India is sort of mostly poor with a rich minority, but you know, you look at places like Indonesia where they've got, everyone's got a cell phone now. They might not have clean drinking water, but they've got a cell phone. So it's revolutionized, and it's empowering. So, but even I can use it. If someone's harassing me on a bus, I can, you know, record it, whether with them knowing or not knowing, and put it straight up on YouTube. I mean, when I was pregnant, I had a guy on the bus, and he was there with his friend, and I think he was drunk or something. I'm going off on a tangent now. And he was just swearing his head off, and he was yelling, and I used to swear, but now I have a baby. You know, and babies can hear from 16 weeks in vitro. So I stopped swearing then. And this guy was writing to me, and he was just saying every word you could think of. And everyone on the bus looked really uncomfortable. And I just turned around and said, you know, do you want to maybe just shut up? And, you know, we don't want to hear that. So then he started attacking me. And he didn't realize, I don't think he realized I was pregnant. So I stood up on the bus with my big, you know, gut hanging out, and I started recording him with my phone. And he goes, what are you doing? And I said, I'm recording this to give it to the police later. And anyway, he got off the bus. He looked really embarrassed that he'd harassed a pregnant lady, which was funny. But we can all do that. It's really empowering. And so it's wonderful that women in India are doing this. Yay!
Wait, did you just say it's very empowering that we can harass pregnant ladies?
I think that was her
that's
point.
what I said, Justin.
Because that's what I heard.
No,
I heard, you know, somebody accidentally harassed a pregnant lady, but it's very empowering that you can do that. That was really an odd place to join this conversation.
Wouldn't harass a pregnant lady.
Or any lady, I hope. We can record, you know, basically dickheads, and put it on YouTube and shame them. And hopefully, if guys think that they're being recorded every time they're behaving like that, groping women in things like that, then maybe they'll stop doing it.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That is brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is an upside to Big Brother.
And I was just saying, I had something similar, but he was verbally abusing me. Well, this guy got off the bus. He was so embarrassed when I started reporting him.
Baby attack! Baby attack!
She looks like she's up from her nap.
Yeah, she just woke up.
I muted my microphone and I'm babbling away, and of course, who cares? We got Chelsea. Who's gonna listen to the old guy? We got beautiful Chelsea there.
No. What were your comments, Ed?
No, I was saying that shaming people, and like places like India, where it's inbred in the culture, harassing women, sexually harassing women, even raping women. It's like women are just, you know, property traditionally. And now, and in the past, women didn't have ways of fighting it. They might be able to, technically there's a law against it, they could go to the cops. The cops might talk to the guy, and nothing really happens. But now you've got that cell phone, and now you can take that picture, and now you can post it on the Twitter, and you can post it on the Facebook, and the whole world can see it. Now they can't ignore it, and that is what happened in several cases in India.
Yeah, India's an interesting case. It's also exceedingly sexist in its cultural heritage. I was listening to a report about this hospital that is, the guy's got his regular front to the hospital that does the pay for surgery kind of a thing, but he's also got a heavily subsidized side of the hospital where he's helping the poorest of the poor. But he charges more for boys than he does for girls. In fact, I think in some cases even makes it free to girls because even at the reduced prices, families will often opt not to have a procedure done for a daughter that they would do for the son of the family. It's really interesting in the way that he's observed this within his culture and realized we have to make a tiered system that makes it cheaper for the girls to get surgery or medical treatment, because that's the only way that the families will go for it.
Where he knows where the future it lies. It doesn't lie in the past.
Great guy.
And for good reason. For good reason. Can you imagine if the future was in the past? We'd be like, okay, let's party while we can, because World War II is gonna be a bitch. We have all this terrible stuff to. Okay, you could really plan well, but everybody else would have the same plans. So it would be really awkward, actually.
Yeah, India has, girls are not valued there. I mean, it's really expensive to have a girl because you have to pay to get her married off so that someone else will look after her and you don't have to look after her anymore. And they are. And, they're aborting themselves out of women. The next generation of men are going to have to marry outside of India because there won't be enough women to go around. It's the same with China because they've got the one baby policy. You'd rather have a boy than a girl, so for the similar reasons. So you abort the girls, have a boy. Who the boy's going to marry?
Yeah, there's
a lot of gay Chinese
arrangement industry in China right now that's recruiting brides from Korea, North Korea, Vietnam, wherever they can find them.
North Korea.
Even North Korea, yeah. Why not?
Oh, China's got that. China has a very strong relationship, probably the best of any country in the world.
They're their sole trading partner. Well, no, Russia too. I take that back. They have two countries.
North Korea only exists because of China.
Right.
No, it only exists because of Russia, actually. Russia helped stabilize and prop up the first incarnation of North Korea.
I'm thinking of the Korean War.
Yeah.
When if it wasn't for the North China supporting and eventually sending Chinese soldiers into North Korea, Korea now would be, I don't know, maybe a completely democratic country, such as it is.
Yeah, but even I get advertisements for Russian brides. I mean, that's not new.
North Korea is probably one of the few wars you look back on not having won that you go, oh, like Vietnam, you look back and you go, it's actually okay that we didn't win Vietnam. I don't, it's a country that's progressed, it's peaceful, it's trading partner, North Korea, it's kind of hard to say that that's the one we shouldn't have kept the fight alive a little longer.
Trying to swing this back to the actual story we were talking about.
Which is, because I came in after, I have no idea.
Smartphones empowering people. You can go beyond how sexual harassment, you can go into the incidents in the United States with the police force. Yeah. Where formerly you had people in a poor neighborhood, and I'm not saying this was exactly the case in Missouri, but it's an example of what can happen where you have a community, a poor community, and they have no real recourse when the police go in, perhaps misuse them, abuse them, or perhaps involved in corruption or whatever. Well, now if a police officer starts assaulting a citizen, you got the people coming out with little cell phones. Mm-hmm. So it's even empowering people in poor neighborhoods in the United States.
Absolutely.
Dale. Sorry to wake you up there, Dale. I can see you've got your balloons and you got your lightning bolts and you got your. You're a Canadian. I'm sure the Canadian government. You guys don't have to worry about anything with the Canadian government. What do you think about the idea of cell phones transforming society?
It's interesting because everything is changing because of it. And I don't know if it's all good. I think there's lots of good things, and I'm a big proponent of technology. But it may be kind of cognitively weakening us in some ways, where because Google is an extension of our natural thought process now, we're not required to store all those memories, and maybe we're not exercising our brains as much. Maybe it's more. Maybe it's making us think more. But our environment is who we are, and smartphones has changed things. And what does that mean in a longer term? I don't know, but it's definitely some sort of systemic change. Oh, and the graphics are for the baby, by the way, so I'm trying to entertain as well as do plans.
Oh, you mean Chelsea? Never mind.
You're too kind, are you?
There is, I think, the danger of losing a sort of long form knowledge, where details or specific facts become the basis for knowledge, and not a more in-depth involvement with a subject matter at large. So certainly that's part of it. But on the other hand, gosh, it's so good at debunking urban myth. Literally the other day at work, somebody who also happens to believe that there's this. They believe in psi ability. They believe that there's this eminent consciousness that's sort of like a Brahmin version of consciousness that's everywhere. It's a whole convoluted thing. But they're bought into meditation being able to affect random number generators and this sort of there's a project somewhere in the North Bay. Some former astronaut, I think it's Dean Radin, somebody like this. Anyway, it's a lot of this preposterous kind of stuff. And just out of the blue when we were talking about this, and I'm always being really sort of derisive about it, but you guys said, well, like the guy who's got no brain. What do you mean the guy who's got no brain? Yeah, he's like, yeah, there's a guy who has no brain, but he's got like 126 IQ. He's got a job and a family, and he doesn't have a brain. So how do you explain that? So we go and we look up this story because it's, the interweb is right there. And he has a hydrocephalus condition where he, at a very young age, had a stent in his head, and to relieve this sort of water bubble formation in his brain. And it worked, and they removed the stent and everything. Well, at age 40-something, they took another picture of his brain, and a huge hole throughout the center portion of the brain from this giant bubble that had formed. And if you look at the side view, yeah, it looks like there's just this little bit of brain, this tiny, infinitesimal little brain in his skull, like barely any brain matter. But what the picture is actually showing is his inside. The whole inside portion of the brain has this bubble. Actually, the outside surfaces all the way around are intact. Most, if not pretty much all of our mental ability is attributed to that outside membrane of our brain anyhow. And it turns out the guy has an IQ that's just below room temperature. So it wasn't anything like what he'd remembered. The guy does have a brain. The surface portion of his brain is intact. The IQ isn't a mere genius. It's below room temperature. But he does have a family and a job as a civil servant, which I think is, I think that's sort of funny. But the thing is, it was really fantastic to be able to go in there, find the story he's referring to completely wrong, and now update his knowledge on what he was, well, you can't use that argument that there's a man without a brain that seems to be able to function just fine, because that's not at all what the actual story is. So there's a good ability to fact check and debunk stuff with Googling and Wikipedia that was missing from our society for so long. I mean, I worry about the urban myth dying. Like, how can you sustain a long-running urban myth with things like Mythbusters and just being able to Google stuff and debunker websites? I mean, the urban myth is such a part of American culture. To lose that, I think, is a little bit of a. I'm willing to let it go. Actually, I could care less.
I'm a little worried though. I'm worried about this stuff because people that believe in these myths are learning to use the internet as a medium to transport their crazy ideas, and people are finding these sites. And there's been a huge uprising, like you said, in an uptake in the internet busting these myths. But my fear is just from a feeling, the myth and the nonsensical websites that are out there are gaining traction, and could this get out of control at some point where the mythical world becomes a part of people's belief system?
Well, absolutely, you're right, because people are also going to selectively search. They're going to selectively search for things that they already believe in, and they're going to find some, unsourced or, homemade version of what's claiming to be authoritative on a subject, telling them exactly what they've already heard somewhere else, and reinforcing sort of the falsifiable beliefs.
Yeah,
Pamela. Sorry, Pamela. If I don't want to distract you, but you were part of the Occupy movement, correct?
Yes. Yes.
How did you try to communicate with people who just would not buy into it and thought you're just a bunch of terrorists and Chelsea Manning should be shot and whatever?
Okay. I'm actually writing an assignment about this at the moment, about why people volunteer. And I've based it on the Occupy movement. So it's interesting. You asked that. As one example of people. And I think Occupy got put on mainstream media, and you saw all of the hippies, shall we say, right? And that's probably what people envision when they think of Occupy. But Occupy was actually full of a lot of, it had a lot of academic people as well, such as myself. And well, when you talk about communicating, because I went to a lot of meetings with politicians and things like that, which when I gave them my business on it, not being up myself, but people generally listen to me when I talk, even when I say I'm from Occupy. So I didn't actually have a problem personally with communicating the Occupy movement message.
Yeah, the ones that had trouble communicating.
As a whole, I think a lot of it had,
That's okay. You're breaking up, and you've got a little baby there, Chelsea.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Justin.
The ones that had the real trouble communicating about the Occupy movement was the mainstream media. My favorite image, and it was really early on in New York during the Occupy, was they had this group of the Occupy protesters walking down the street dressed like zombies, and they were corporate zombies or zombie banks. I think they were zombie bankers. For these, dead, rotted from the inside banks, right? And the news media guy's like, so why are you really out here? And this kid dressed like a zombie, with the fangs and little fake blood and the thing and he gave this 2-minute eloquent rundown speech on exactly what the problem was with the hypocrisy of banks getting bailed out when their own policy would be to foreclose on somebody else, and just ran it down in such a succinct fashion too that the reporter was looking for some sort of brains. I don't know. He just wanted to sort of expose the ignorance of this kid who was dressed like a zombie, and instead got an extremely eloquent, educated answer. And he looked thrown back, like he didn't know how to respond. It was above his pay grade. So I think that was a big part of what was tough to communicate about the Occupy movement, is that you didn't have anybody in the media who you could even have a conversation with about it. You didn't have anybody who could grasp an issue or take on an issue or talk about an issue. They wanted a soundbite. They wanted an image of people chanting something over and over again. They weren't ready for people to be educated and eloquent about a subject.
Okay,
Dale.
so mainstream media, I know a little bit about. Actually, I know a lot about it. And people use that too quickly.
Yes.
The mainstream media, I work for the mainstream media. I am the mainstream media. I work in the U.S. I've worked in Canada extensively my whole life. And it's kind of like, it's just like normal. If you've worked for any large corporation, it's the same. It's just full of people. People are hired. And like there's a lot of things that people talk about mainstream media as in there's a conspiracy. You hear lots of these things, and that's equated with the term mainstream media. And everything I've seen in the many years I've been a part of it is just full of people trying to do their best. Some of them are very misguided. Some of them are awesome, over-the-top journalists that care a lot. Some of them are young kids that really, like, we struggle every day with our younger journalists to make sure they're matched with veterans, that things are vetted before they go out, because out of the 20 hours a week that we have to produce or 20 hours a day of content that we have to produce, you have to sift through that with those timelines all the time and somehow produce that content in a very short timeline. So there is no, I've never seen a conspiratorial environment.
And I don't mean to imply one. I don't mean to imply a conspiratorial environment. I mean to imply exactly what you just said, which is 20 hours to fill. Let's try to get the details right. Let's go out there. Let's grab the story. Let's go home. What I'm talking about is, and much what you're saying, I love the long form. I love a writer who has spent, a week or two thinking on the subject, talking to people, finding out what the issues are, presenting not just both sides, but painting a portrait of what's actually going on, hearing the voices of the people who are involved. When this guy is out on the street with his camera crew, and they're going to be out there, and they got to rush back to the van to upload it so that it can go out, and he's standing there with a microphone and puts it in the face of some kid, expecting a quick thing, and gets a diatribe of, he wasn't ready for that. He wasn't ready to be engaged in a conversation. In fact, I don't even think of most of people, when I say mainstream media, I'm talking about, yes, your 6 o'clock news up to your 24-hour news channels. I don't see a lot of people who are actually involved in addressing the story in any depth. What they're looking for, what their version of looking at both sides of the story is having quotes from people who have biases in two directions. And having people quote things in two directions also isn't reporting on the story. It's not going into the details. It's not trying to find an actual truth, or at least lay out the landscape for people, how things really are. All you're doing is it's as if you wanted to find out what was going on in a court case, and you got a sound clip from each of the lawyers. It means absolutely nothing. And that's, to me, what I see just as mainstream media. Not that there's a conspiracy to force the argument in one direction or the other. Far from it. Much worse. It's allowing both sides of any argument to spit a little bit of propaganda at you and then move on like they've reported on the story.
Well, the mainstream media has been relegated to, have a lot of generalists working for them, where the best that we can do is cover general stories, and you have one reporter reporting on everything from complex science to social issues to a whole host of different issues, including the kids playing at the playground and all these fun local stories. We used to, when I first started my career, there were specialists, and that was pre-internet days. And what happened is we went from a universe that had maybe 30 channels in it, and there was no internet, It was a money-making machine, and there was the luxury to be able to dedicate a team of 10 people and a long-form story and really do a lot of research on it, and then spend 2 weeks creating 1 hour of content. And since the internet has happened, there's more competition. The money has basically spread out, and it's everywhere. So that responsibility, a lot of that responsibility now, is falling onto other areas where we have blogs that are dedicated to doing that sort of long-form research, and I think those blogs have a lot of trouble making money at it. I think it's very unlikely that there's very many of them out there that are successful and can live off their blog. That would not be the norm. So it's difficult, but I think that baton on that specialty story and that long-form documentary in a lot of cases has been passed on to people that are doing internet and sort of that Unistream media.
Right. I mean, doesn't it? I mean, is that a defense to say that they're producing an inferior product compared to what maybe they once did because times are tough? I mean, I get that you got to sell commercials, and you don't want to become part of the story because then you might lose a sponsor. You know, if you actually investigate a story or two, you may lose a political ad being run on your thing. I mean, there's a reason I think somebody like a Jon Stewart has been so insanely successful. It's because you don't get on, again, mainstream news, and I don't mean it in, again, conspiracy to do anything. I mean actually in a corporate vacuum sort of way. That you don't get people getting called on their BS. You don't get politicians being held up to, well, you know, actually you said completely the opposite the last election cycle when there was a different president. Your opinion was completely reversed. How is it that this time you're for the president doing this, when last time, when it was a different administration, you were against the president doing this exact same kind of an action?
But it's not a manifestation of the mainstream media. Like, crap is crap is crap. No matter where you get it, you see it everywhere. You do see crappy journalism all over the place, not just the mainstream media. And I guess within, you know, the companies that I've worked, there's a legitimate effort with the resources and time that we have to do the best that we can. And again, a lot of the limitations are sometimes you have younger journalists that they need more time from veterans, and that isn't always available. So it's always this delicate balance that you're trying to do. But yeah, there is crappy journalism. But it's everywhere. It's not just mainstream media. There's crap on websites that people are funneling out. But there is good journalism. I watched a CNN piece with who's the one blonde-haired dude. He was interviewing one of the government officials down in the U.S. about vaccinations, and this particular Anderson Cooper, and he took him on. And Anderson had his research down pat, and if you Google it, he pretty much embarrassed this person that was part of that governing body that actually investigated the vaccine thing, and he did not know his gig. Anderson Cooper was telling him the difference between methylmercury and ethylmercury, and how thimerosal and you know, this very intelligent politician had tried every way he could to kind of twist things around, and Anderson had him beat hands down, and really did his research. So that would be an example of good journalism, and it does happen. But you're right. In other cases, it surely doesn't. But I think it's everywhere. It's people are people, whether they're a part of mainstream journalism or doing a blog or whatever they're doing.
And I think the way news is transmitted, and I think now increasingly, particularly with the younger generation, it's Twitter. That's where you get that first news flash, and it's instantaneous. Twitter. be it Arab Spring or we were talking about these women who are being sexually harassed. Bang, the picture is there. It's posted to Twitter. And I think I don't know exactly how it's going to resolve itself, this change, because I think like newspapers, which were the original old media, they're dying out. They're changing to online communication, but the actual paper newspaper, they're pretty much going out of the way. I suspect for many people, the ABCs, the CBSs, they don't use those for a source of news anymore. Maybe more local news is what they're interested in. I think increasingly the younger generation does use things like Twitter and Facebook and things like that to find out about information. Hopefully, more of them will do their own fact-checking. So I don't know. I think it's going to it's changing right now, and I suspect if the big stations, they're losing out. They're going to get replaced eventually by you're going to have like cable television has changed everything. You get 300 channels. That's what the news is going to be. Now, that might wind up with confirmation bias. I don't know. It might wind up with people who are really intelligent being able to communicate that information better and easier. Hopefully, it might mean younger people will resort to being more skeptical, using that first news flash, and then double-checking themselves to see if it's accurate.
Yeah, it's really hard. Like, I don't know, like if you take This Week in Science, my suspicion is it's not a massive moneymaker. And they do such a great job, right? It's over the top. I'm interested in science. I've been listening for a long time, and it's a good product. My sense is it's really hard to make any kind of money, and in the future to depend on bloggers, to depend on the internet as that source. I think what it's going to turn out to be is almost like the open source movement, where you have people that really legitimately care about what they're doing. It's not just a job to go and make money or anything like that. It's the same personality type that sits there and fills out Wikipedia entries because they legitimately care about what they're doing. And I think that will be a part of the mainstream going forward. But I don't. One of the difficulties is, like, I would like to see. I'll keep plugging This Week in Science because I'm familiar with it, but I would like to see somehow money getting funneled into that, so there could be more long-term stories being done on there, because right now it's a sideline, right? And I would like them to be able to focus more on stuff. You're on mute.
I totally agree with everything you just said. Absolutely. Absolutely. More money to This Week in Science would be fantastic. And we talked about like what we would do with it and what we'd be able to, but I actually think that there isn't a whole lot more we could do. What I would like to see is our ability to get more. I think my favorite thing on the show, looking back, has been the interviews. When we can get a scientist down, not for the 2 to 5 minute soundbite, but to chat for a half an hour about a subject, you get a lot more interesting depth from that. I don't know. I've been very impressed in the years that we've been doing this show. What I've seen outside of the show in terms of science communication by scientists has gone up exponentially. There are so many shows addressing, any subject in science. If you want to learn more about it, you can go YouTube, and there's a very good presentation on it. And there's also a lot of, as you were mentioning before, people creating their own version of reality using some of the facts. there's more probably quantum physics videos that have to do with Brahmanistic consciousness than there are actual videos about quantum physics. I mean, that part's a little scary. But in general, I think the science communication is out there. You need to go to This Week in Science to find all the stories that you're not hearing. But if you have a general interest in science, that information is out there like it never was before. I mean, that's a major. I was just watching something on History Channel 2 about how the states were made. It's this historian who's gone through. I don't know if you've seen the show. I absolutely loved the first season. The second season's almost worthless, but the first season of this is pretty brilliant because he's gone through and given you the history of the little battles between states, the outcomes, the consequences of the Civil War, and how all the little squiggly lines and the straight lines and the different dips and things, how these things are actually formed by politics and maneuvering and necessity. And it's a pretty brilliant show. This is information I never even thought to seek out, and it's out there. So I think part of the beauty of the new age of information is education. It is readily available. Now, what are we doing to inspire people to seek out education? I don't know. I don't really think I see a whole lot of that on a sort of nationalistic level.
Okay, so I'm doing a little experiment. The group of stations I'm involved with, we have, our reach is about 1 million plus eyeballs a day is what we reach. I'm putting together a few science specials that we're going to broadcast. And I'm really going to take our best people and put them on it and see, and again, put the best production values we can with the resources we have. And I don't know the answer to this, but I'm really interested. Do people care? Does the average person out there, not us, does the average Joe and Sally out in the community really care? And I'm going to find out real quick, because if we put the production value together that has sort of a, average production value, if we can reach that, we'll be able to measure that very, very quickly and find out, is there an audience for it? Is it interesting enough, or do people just want to see Entertainment Weekly, or they want to see what's going on at the Oscars? Can science be made interesting enough? And I don't know the answer to that.
The answer is no. Well, I mean, and I hate to say that bluntly, being that this is what I love to do and be involved. Like, this is something I know we all are interested in. Literally earlier today, a group of coworkers were huddled around a computer, and I was astonished, absolutely astonished, to see that they were looking at pictures from the rovers. These are Martian landscape photos, and they're like scrolling through them. I'm like, oh, this is so cool. They're like, this is like, here at the car dealership. It's a slow day. Everybody's looking at pictures from Mars. This is brilliant. This was inspiring. My heart welled a little bit. And then they're scrolling through, and I kind of got up close, and they're like, yeah, and this one, see, they saw a squirrel. And this rock, see how is it a rock or is it a coffin? Like, this is what they're doing. I'm like, these are photos from another planet. Do you not understand how freaking awesome that is? And you're trying to see if this rock looks like a squirrel. I had an aneurysm. I nearly fell down and died right there on the spot. Because it was the most disgusting thing that they were looking for, was some altered photo that made it look like there was a rodent on Mars. And this was interesting. They're scanning through past landscape photos, past everything. None of it matters. None of it matters. None of it matters. That rock looks like a squirrel. Ooh. So people are ridiculous.
If we
I'm more optimistic because if you look at television, the television shows, you see less and less pure BS on them. And now if you have elementary, which is, you know, a guy who thinks like a scientist, who's the star of the show. You have the CSI in Las Vegas. Now, it may not be 100%, but if they put out something that's just BS, they get called on it immediately. You look at popular shows. The audience for Doctor Who, which is a very popular show, largely British, but you know, you have people. If something happens on that show, and it's not, I don't even want to call it. It's not that it's realistic or it's completely, you know, insane or not insane, but it's computer anti-science. That's the best way to put it. There's something on Doctor Who that's anti-science. You're going to have a bazillion people going on Twitter saying, what the heck are you guys doing? So if you look at the popular, not all of them, but many of the popular shows, they can't get away with what they used to be able to get away with 20 or 30 years ago. They're going to get called on it. So,
see, I think there are examples of science being taught on television that's hitting sort of the mainstream, and it's doing well and it's making money, but it's usually disguised in something. And I think MythBusters is one of those shows. They're teaching a form of rationality, and every week they're taking interesting topics, and they're kind of showing a pseudo scientific method every week of how to approach a problem and how to test for it. We need to figure that out as science communicators. We need to figure out how to get people to understand the scientific method and rationalities. Because if you're not careful and people begin, you know, if people believe nonsense and have no other sort of educational value on that sort of rationality, we're going to be in big trouble. And I think the internet can be a great help, but we need more shows like MythBusters. And again, what else is there though? What else is like MythBusters that kind of teach us the scientific method that's actually interesting? But we need to find ways to be able to teach that and communicate it. I just killed the room.
There's yeah, on you know, there are shows out there, but they're not all counterpunch. I mean, it's, look at MythBusters as a science show. It gets into it a little bit because it has to show things in reality, what actually happens in a reality. But I swear I still look at that show like a stunt prop man show. When, you know, I mean, I don't really see it as a science-oriented show, and I don't know that it's really showing a whole lot of ration or reason so much as, okay, so if we make this board go even faster, can we get it to puncture a brick wall? Like, I mean, this isn't, I don't know. I love the show too, and it's done a great job. I hear all sorts of references to it every once in a while. One of the classics, I think, is or heard them talk about the whether a truck gets better gas mileage making all right turns instead of left turns. That's a good one, you know. But these are real practical myth busting things that they're doing that I love. I really adore this. Now, does it give people more of a scientific inkling of things? I don't know that it does. I don't know that it can. And again, it depends also on what science we're talking about, because you know, most of the basic fundamentals of science aren't going to be like an entertaining CSI episode. They're not going to be something you can really show and illustrate in a Mythbuster. A lot of the principles of science that we're dealing with today are different than shooting a 2x4 through a brick wall. They have to be held in the mind and they have to be able to, you know, abstract reasoning that you get from algebra. I don't think that you can get that from, again, launching a car off a ramp and seeing how far it'll go. I can't think of any show that's really teaching scientific rationalism. I do like Sherlock. I do like Sherlock. And not just this, I like all the Sherlock Holmes, even going back in the past, because Sherlock always had to return to the lab and would sort of talk through his, you know, his way of determining the blood type or of testing a fiber. And, you know, Mythbusters is a good show, but I don't know. Seeing it as a science show, I always get troubled by that.
Well, I don't know about abstract thinking, but if you think in terms of technology, and isn't technology itself is how people use it and think about it. The top show, when I go on BBC America, it's Top Gear, cars. Well, that's engineering.
You're talking about like Top Gear?
Huh?
Is it Top Gear? Is that what you're talking about, or is it?
Maybe I got the name wrong.
It's the British show where they go around and drive the hell out of really fancy cars or really messed up cars and.
Okay, maybe I've got the name wrong, but it's a very popular show in Britain, and it involves technology, using technology. And the thing about using technology is you're going to get it right or you're going to get it wrong. You can't BS technology. And when you talk about your computers, your cell phone, etc., the algorithm works or it doesn't work. So if you're working with it, you're learning science. You're learning a more scientific view. You're learning about how things really work as opposed to what people tell you how they're going to work. I mean, even... Go ahead.
No, in a great sense, you're right. The technology won. Science won over the supernatural in the form of technology. In the way that people have embraced technology throughout the world, you would think the victory of science would have been so sound, so resounding, that all supernatural nonsense would have just been brushed aside. But what do? They try to incorporate it, and they try to pitch the supernatural through the new technology. It always made me laugh, like the preachers who were talking against science through their satellite network of listeners who are watching on their televisions in their lit homes on their heated, vibrating armchairs. Like what? Like. And would go heat up a microwave frozen dinner so that you could come back and watch more of this preacher talk about how science has done nothing for mankind and your soul is in the hands of the spiritual. You know, it's just how they can live with that hypocrisy is just amazing to me. Yeah, science already won through the form of technology. How come we're still even talking about this? How come we're not all focused on our scientific education?
I think one reason is older people still run the country. You're talking 40, 50-plus-year-old people still run the country. I put my faith in the younger generation, and I see some evidence. For instance, the vaccination thing you mentioned. I mean, I will say 30 years ago, a lot of people would have continued to buy into that vaccination thing. And they had some shows where you had, what's her name? The woman who's against vaccination. But you know what? They got overwhelmed, completely overwhelmed. And
but Jenny McCarthy reached millions of young women. And I actually completely disagree with you, Ed. I actually trust the older generation more. Because the older generation understands that vaccines ended polio. The older generation the much older generation understands that we went from the first black and white radio to black and white television to color television to going onto the moon, like saw the progress of science and technology. And today, what is the big markers for the young people? Oh, it went from an iPhone 4 to an iPhone 5 to an iPhone 6. Progress. Right? They don't see how important a change in life and leisure this makes to a society in having all these major advances. They don't understand that we lived with horrible diseases that wiped out families, that have people to this day have a limp from or a catheter because of the polio thing, and now nobody has it. That they lost children to measles and mumps, and now nobody, well, up until recently, nobody has it. Right? I actually worry about the young generation taking all of science and technology for granted, and dismissing its import going forward.
You could be right. I'll tell you what, Justin. I will bet you a Science Island dollar that we will see more people getting their children vaccinated. We will see that going up, and we will see fewer people, fewer parents refusing to have their children vaccinated. That's, of course, just one story.
Yeah.
Even the Republican Party is slowly changing its viewpoint. They're not challenging climate change anymore. You have the military. The U.S. military certainly has accepted climate change and factoring it in. So its scientific kind of thinking is slowly, I think, slowly winning.
Well, yeah, reality at some point forces itself upon you, regardless of what you like to believe. At some point, reality knocks on the door and demands to be let in. I mean, that's the nature of it.
Yeah, very good.
What do you think, Dale? You more optimistic, or?
Well, I agree with Justin. I think that the elderly have let us down, and by not communicating to the rest of the planet about these awful things that could happen to us, or the younger generation is just not listening, and they're kind of, let's not listen to that old guy. They don't know what they're talking about, and you know, there once was a time where people respected their elders and they listened to that wisdom that was passed down. And there's sort of a technological arrogance that some of the youth have, where because I have an iPhone that's really fast and I have all this power, the knowledge of the internet in my hand, what my granddad has to tell me doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it is sad because most of the knowledge transfer is going to be now from the young to the old. Like, I had to ask my son how to operate this phone properly. Just give me a try. How do I get rid of? I have a picture here on the thing, and I want to put something else here. How do you do it? And I handed it to my 11-year-old, and he did it. So we have so much technology is forcing the knowledge to go from the young people to the old people that they don't have time to hear the stories anymore.
Yeah, it's I think, I don't know. I mean, we're in a position where older people are living longer. So in the past, where you hit 50, 60, you die, the younger generation automatically takes over. That's not happening anymore. You can have, 70-year-old presidents. So I don't know. I think that reality of technology and thinking like a scientist is slowly winning out. But I don't know. I really don't know.
So I have a question for you, Justin.
Uh-oh.
Why do you do TWIS? What is the main? I know there's lots of purposes. There's probably at least a few different ones. But what's at the top of the list? Why do you dedicate so much of your life to doing this?
Okay. So we talked about it a little bit on the 500th episode, how the whole thing got started at the 10th Street with a group of friends having these conversations into the night, and sort of like, how great would it be to do this as a show? So we were, sharing this with a larger audience. And part of the thing where Kirsten was talking about how we deal with the criticism we hear from the general public differently, I'm still doing the 10th Street. I'm still hanging out at 10th Street when I do the show. I'm still at that old apartment complex, you know, with beer in my hand. Well, literally these days now we do the show at night. Talking about science to friends. And to me, what the internet has done is allowed that conversation to be shared with friends who I've never met, who I've now met, or never met, or would never meet, you know. And to me, that's part of it. Also, it's also become, because it's been so long, it's also now a discipline. It's also now, this is also my alarm clock to go out and learn something new. You know, part of it is also just my own need to keep learning and keep investigating and keep finding things that I'm interested in. So part of it's just now a routine. I can't imagine going through a week without doing the show. It would be a really weird week. It'd be like if you worked your work week and then the weekend came and they said, no, it's going to be Monday again. We changed it. We did away with the weekend this week. That's what it would be like. It would be like really strange not to have This Week in Science part of it.
So it feels like you're doing it for you. Yeah,
oh, absolutely. I think everybody does everything for themselves, essentially. I mean, to do something really honestly, you've got to do it for yourself. You've got to do it because you need to do it. I mean, if you're out there, I don't know, working a leaf blower, you better damn well love running a leaf blower. Otherwise, don't do it. Otherwise, find another job. Otherwise, do something else. If you love gardening, you can be in landscaping, right? If you don't love gardening, don't go into landscaping. Just do something else, right? And so I do this for me. I do this because this is, I like to have this conversation. I love being part of this conversation. Now, for inspiration beyond just my own interest in having the conversation, somebody who I'd say inspires me greatly to see a bigger picture of it is somebody like John Dewey. And John Dewey and his, what was it, the Science and Democracy, I think is a chapter of the actual book that he wrote. So like from 1912, this guy like reorganized the American education system. He's not he's not the Dewey Decimal System guy. That's a different Dewey, like a distant cousin, uncle, relative, grandfather, who knows, maybe not even related. But John Dewey was kind of a pragmatist philosopher. He became the nation's first education czar. But before his philosophy sort of took root, the way that education was done was like a teacher stood at the front of the class and read a recipe, as it were, of information. And the students recited it, and they recited it. It was very rote. They'd recite it and write it down. And then they'd get tested on it, and then they'd move on. But it was all about memorization. And John Dewey's big addition was that you teach by having the students do. So you ask the question, have them come up with a bunch of different answers, and then you reveal what the correct answer is. But it's the process of getting to the answer that's more important than simply the answer itself. It's the act. That knowledge is a living thing. And somewhere in this book, he's explaining knowledge itself is a living thing. It's like a living organism. It needs to reproduce. And teaching knowledge is an act of reproduction of this. This is what keeps it alive. This is what propagates it through the world. And if you stop teaching, if you have a culture that's the only culture that knew, say, how to brew beer, and this is the only culture, and everybody in that culture died tomorrow, there would be no more beer, right? If you have people teaching people for the next generation, and one of the biggest crimes is that people die and they can't keep teaching and they can't keep sharing this knowledge. This knowledge dies. Knowledge dies with every human that passes from the earth. So knowledge itself only exists through sharing of ideas. It only exists through either teaching or conversation. It only exists in the world because we make it exist in the world. If we don't engage in it, if we're not involved in it, knowledge ceases to exist on some level. And if there were no science communicators, if there was no science instruction in school, science would stop. It literally would end. It would be over. And you would have everything and anything that's waiting in the wings, fighting over what dominant philosophy took its place.
So you do it for yourself, and you do it as an educational matter to reach people and help society as a whole.
I don't know if I'm really trying to help society. I don't think I'm real. I won't go that big picture with it. But I think there is, if you have a sort of satisfaction from knowledge, if you get personal satisfaction from knowledge, it's almost like you owe to pay it back a little bit. You know, all the knowledge I received was gathered somewhat painstakingly by other people. You know, the knowledge of science, the knowledge of philosophy, the literature I've read was all gathered or put together or built by somebody else. And the fact that I've been a consumer, I feel like there should be some level of putting that back out into the world.
Do you believe that Blair and Kiki share the same sort of values that you do for you know, you do it for yourself first and foremost, but you do it to owe something back? Is that why they're doing it as well? Is that your perception?
Somewhat, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be fair. I don't think anybody could do it if they didn't have some level of that wanting to share it or wanting to honor knowledge for knowledge's sake in it. I mean, I can't really speak for them, but I'd be surprised if at some level, I don't know how much of it is for them, for themselves, but certainly at some level it would be because of treasuring knowledge. I mean, I would think the same thing is true if you're an artist. You know, your creation of art isn't just your artwork. It's also an homage to art that's inspired you before, or art that took hold of you, or made you feel or think in a certain way, or experience in a certain way. I mean, I would think that is part of why you become an artist. Not just because you're enamored with your own creation, but that you're participating in the conversation of art. You know, it's not just that you. I mean, I think Picasso, for instance, in his art creations, as into them as he was, didn't do it solely out of appreciation of his own work. It probably had more to do with the inspiration of the world in general around him as he saw it. But certainly participating in the conversation through art is also an homage to all the art that communicated to him. So no man is an island in some respect.
So Ed, you spend an inordinate amount of time preparing for shows. You put a lot of work into what you do, and I imagine there's little or no payback into it. What's your primary purpose for doing this?
Okay, I should mention, we were talking about snacks. Pamela was talking about good food eating. Now, I saw you were eating popcorn last week. I am eating sugar frosted flakes. Okay. I do it because of fun. I do it solely for me. Absolutely solely for me. That's it. I'm doing it because this is fun. I retired when I was 17 years ago, and I went from doing something every day that I did kind of sort of like. I didn't really love it. I did it to put a roof over my head, food on the table, and I could get my pension. 54, magically I'm retired, and we have this thing called the internet, and then I go and start listening to people like Justin Jackson about the science, and I say, wow, science is fun. I didn't know that. I thought science was all math and stupid, boring stuff. So really, it was This Week in Science that got me motivated. And so I do it for fun, just because I enjoy it, no other reason.
Yeah.
And also that whole thing about the 10th Street, that is because I'm talking to Ed. You know, Kirsten, in general, has tried to push the show into becoming more professional, and has done so to some degree. But for me, it's almost more important that we keep it just that conversation. So in some sense, we've always been sort of pushing in different ways. But I always want it to be that that accessible conversation, that one where you can jump in with your wild speculation, and your wild speculation can get knocked down by some scientific truth, or it can get followed. Like a couple people can jump on the bandwagon and see where they would take it, see where that would lead. You know, you might find the next speculative thing wherever this new technology might go to, and you might leave it there, and somebody else says, "Oh, but then what if after that they went there?" Like this is the exciting, fun stuff about science, is that it's not just a rote series of things that already are. It's working towards more discovery, future discoveries. I mean, my goodness, they're gonna have the Large Hadron Collider is getting supercharged this go round, and they're talking about this. They may confirm symmetry, or they may debunk it, and they may come up with completely new physics. They may figure out why gravity. They're going to be launching something at 99.99999% the speed of light, bashing stuff up at energy levels unheard of before. This is an exciting time to be on the sidelines of science, rooting for it.
It's an exceptionally wonderful time that we live in, and so I didn't really talk about why I do what I'm doing, and again, it's only been a short time since I've been doing this with Ed. I listened to TWIS earlier because I've always had a love for science, and there's several podcasts that I kind of fell in love with. But in my other life, within kind of the media world, everything I've done has been to communicate a message to other people, and it's just to help. I don't always necessarily enjoy doing this, but there's a lot of really good people out there that with information comes power, and good people with that information handled correctly can make the planet a better place for everyone. So if you can pass along some information, and again, I haven't done it much on the internet with podcasts, but I've been directly related, into projects where there's more eyeballs available than this, and that's kind of been the other part of my life that's not seen. It's trying to get within a company that I can play a pivotal role where I have some decision-making power just to help people. And in order to do that in this capitalistic society, you have to somehow make the message interesting to the masses and still be responsible with the message. And that's a very difficult task. So that's my whole goal in life, is to empower people with information so their lives can be better. That's it.
Nice.
Well, Dale, you've got the 1 million eyeballs. That's a heck of a lot more than me and Justin have.
We do. We reach, and it's a small market, and
you're taking the risk to produce science shows.
Yeah,
they don't make a lot of money necessarily. So.
No, and these are experiments. Like the one thing we have is we can look at a lot of stats, and if we've done a good job, it's seen right away. You know whether you've done good or not, because it's really a ruthless thing. We've spent so much time on creating something and put hours and hours and hours and hours and weeks and months sometimes of effort, and spent a lot of money. And the people ultimately judge us, and it's ruthless. It can rip your heart out. You fall in love with that project that you've worked on, and you put it in a primary spot where people can see it. And I tell you, if you haven't hit it out of the park, it can be just a hopeless feeling sometimes. But you gotta. It's almost like if you're a salesman. Again, I know the salesmen within our industry. They're not. It reminds me of what they have to do. They knock on the door 20, 30, 40, 50 times, and you have to get used to rejection, and you have to pull yourself back up, and you have to put your best smile on and move forward and try again to communicate that message. So I really take a lot of you know, I write a lot in my notebook based on our sales department, because every day they have to go out there and get rejected, but they find these gems, and when those gems come along, it pays dividends, and it's the same in production work. You have to keep trying, and my hope is to get a good message out myself, and so that's been my whole career aspiration, is to gain enough power in a company that I can make it profitable for the company, but yet get a good message out, and that's really tough.
I think too, when you're talking about like the million eyeball scenario, one of the things that I would imagine, because it's going to be different. You're broadcasting. We're not really broadcasting, TWIS. We're not broadcasting. I guess podcasting is a word, but that's not the word I'm looking for. I'm looking for, we're sought. Those who are watching This Week in Science looked for it. They're looking for a show like this, right? They're looking for a show about science. When you're broadcasting, you're reaching people who might not have been looking to tune in, right? It's on. You followed one show, there's something else on, you've got to grab them, you've got to get their interest. They didn't filter down to you. You're literally, as the term says, broadly casting this message out. So it seems like you'd have to make it something that isn't esoteric. It would have to be relevant. It would have to be, maybe if there's local tie-ins with, you know, a community in a region or something, or a discovery in a region, a dig site in the region, a scientist who's from the region who, even if it's a half a world away or a entire world away, somebody who's at a local university or something like that, talking about it. Because it seems like it would be really tough to give a broad scientific overview and to a broadcast audience. It seems like that would be that would be challenging.
It's very challenging. And actually there was a point, and I tried to reach Kiki about 6 years ago, and this is kind of, it's funny, but it's not funny. So there was an opportunity within our network where they were hiring science correspondents, and so we were looking for people that had a communication background along with some sort of PhD or.
Oh, I know somebody like this. I know somebody exactly like this.
So we were searching high and low, and they didn't necessarily have to be on site, and it was a paid job. And I tried reaching Kiki about 6 years ago, and you know, the job came and went, and I didn't have any luck reaching her. But it came down to I got spam filtered out.
You must put TWIS somewhere in this subject line. Yes, nobody listens to the end of the show. No, when we're in New York, somebody was like, blah blah, yeah, I'd love this whole idea. I'd love to send it to you. You got an email address? I'm like, how long have you been listening to the show? Oh, 4 or 5 years. Really? Because if you listen, because at the end of every show, I give out my personal email, like the one that beeps on my phone when somebody sends an email. Like that one is at the end of the show.
Yeah, I think I got lost in her email because this was serious. There was I think it was a slam dunk for her, and it would have been something, you know, something that I think she would have been quite happy with.
So you have to understand that we get flooded by thousands and thousands of offers to do this, do that, do something other than TWIS, and we just turn them down. I actually got an offer for what? Where was it? It might have been Missouri or Kansas or somewhere. It was some god-awful mid-southern state. It was a, what do you call it? Not a tuition? What do you call it?
Scholarship.
What's the thing when they pay for you to go to school? It had like a stipend, and I can't hear what you're saying, Pam.
scholarship.
Oh yeah, scholarship with a stipend to go study psychology in like University of buttfuck Southern Egypt, America. It was just somewhere I wasn't going to. And I was like, it was really like honored, like, and this was just, you know, it was from the professor, but it was just based on having heard me dissect stuff on the show and thinking I'd make a good head shrink, you know. Terrible idea. Terrible idea.
And I was going to jump in and say that it's a good thing that Dr. Kiki didn't get that job, because she probably wouldn't have Kai.
Well, yeah,
Do anything.
yeah. Once you have a kid, you can look back at every bad decision you ever made, every unfortunate turn of events, and say, if it wasn't for every wrong thing I did or every wrong thing that was done to me, I wouldn't have these specific kids who I currently adore. But I might be really wealthy with other kids who I adore just fine.
Pamela, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
About education. Educating Chelsea.
Yes.
And one of the things really emphasizing is educating young people. And educating young people so that they don't accept what they're told. They become skeptics. It's not the rote training of the past.
I say it.
So, I know that.
Yeah.
Do you intend to do any homeschooling? Would you consider that a possibility? Okay, that's pretty much my answer. Why would you choose to homeschool your Chelsea?
Because the current education system is ridiculous. It's still set in the Industrial Revolution age where people were all becoming factory workers, and it's not actually for today, and it needs a major overhaul. Very few teachers actually care about their job. There are a special few who genuinely love children and love to teach, so that's why they become teachers. A lot of them become teachers because of the school holidays, or because they failed at something else and becoming a teacher was easier. So why would I get second-rate professional people like that to teach my daughter when I can do a better job myself?
And really, you've got,
yeah.
I suspect in the future that's how education will be done. It might be a school environment, but the child will be shaping their education more. There are more resources like the internet, like Khan Academy on the internet, and all kinds of other things where, I mean, you still will have to pass some kind of a core test to say that, yes, I've reached this level of education, particularly if you want to go on to college. And when you get that job, you got to make out your resume. But basically, I think more and more it'll be Chelsea, through what she's interested in, that will be driving her education. And when you do homeschool her, you have a lot of resources, won't you?
Yeah, and I'm actually getting together with other parents who have children around the same age. There's a lot of babies amongst my friends right now, and we're all interested in homeschooling. And most of us, are professionals who have different degrees in things. We're all going to teach each other's children. Whether we get, we'll get together a couple of times a week and get the kids all together and do the teaching, and then we'll also, sort of set a curriculum separately. We also, they have to pass exams with the state, or the state will force them to go to school. So, but most homeschool kids actually do better on those exams than the kids in schools.
Dale,
so we're getting together.
Did your
resources.
Kids homeschool at some point?
Yeah, there's
me.
They're all
looking at Dale. Sorry.
They're all homeschooled, and I think homeschooling, as long as you have the time and effort to put into it, I think it can be far superior to the other schooling system. And there's lots of ways for your children to get engaged with other children, and I think that'll be the new norm. I think people will abandon, these old relics, and it'll be more community-based, kind of like what Pamela says. I really feel strongly that parents are emotionally involved with their kids, and they're going to want to do a good job. And I think that's the future. These community type initiatives where they're helping each other.
Yeah, I just don't want to waste her time on the planet. You know, I wasted enough time at schools myself. Complete waste of time. I'm not going to do that to her. I owe her, you know, more than that. So hopefully she'll be happy with those decisions. But I'm not going to waste her time going to an institution like that, which is basically just babysitting the naughty kids, and you know the good kids they slip through the cracks. You've basically got to misbehave to get any attention. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think you're increasing the probability of your kids being in a better advantageous position as they get older. I really think you are. There's always that chance where you won't do a great job or whatever, but just based on your personality and how aggressively you pursue issues and everything else, you're going to be over the top fine. And unfortunately, you'll probably, if it's anything like Canada, you're going to be judged by a lot of other people on how you do it. And anytime you go in a bold direction, people will judge you. And but you know what? Don't just ignore them. And I think you're going in the right direction. I really do.
Yeah, I've never been beat, so don't worry.
You know, I think with both Pamela and you and Dale, you know your children better than anyone else. You're probably in a better position. You can teach them better than a professional teacher dealing with maybe 20 kids in a classroom. You're dealing with your child on a one-to-one basis. You know at what speed your child can go, what speed that they're learning at. Maybe they're learning faster. They don't have to wait up for all the other kids to catch up on where they're reading. So I think your children will get a much better, more personalized education.
Are you talking about homeschooling, Pamela?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel that the current education system, it primes them for mediocrity. When you to work for other people, I wanted to work for herself. I work for myself.
Totally agreed, but here's where I would disagree with part of it though. Here's what I think the great import of public schooling is. It's the socialization.
Yeah.
I can't overstate this enough. I think it's exceedingly important for kids to be. My son went through Montessori, and they work in groups throughout the groups of students working together.
Yeah.
They can switch tasks pretty much at will. If they start to get bored with math, they can go work on their language skills. They have a certain amount of freedom to sort of choose their own direction in their education in terms of which tasks they want to be more focused on to an extent. But I think that there is the kids that I've seen being homeschooled, I don't want to sound too heavy-handed, but we're almost antisocial because of it. They had a really frustrating hard time relating and interacting with other children their own age because of it. And that's
you missed
that when in the ultimate goal of the education, part of it is knowledge. That's a big part of it. But another big part of it is the ability to interact with your fellow human being. Is that a weeping baby? Oh, that was adorable.
I think Justin is off his rocker. I think he's never been more wrong than I've ever seen ever. I see kids that are really, really well balanced, that are better communicators. I think just like everything, you have some parents that can't homeschool and they're isolating their kids, but that's a different issue. If you have parents that are isolating their kids, that you can't lump that all together.
And I will actually have to put a ginormous asterisk on my entire comment, which is that I live in a community that's got the highest per capita of PhDs in the state of California. Our education system, our public education system, is the kids that were showing up at this school have the highest per capita of PhD parents who are supplementing their public school with home education as it is. And so the public education that I'm sending my kids to is not the universal. It's not the norm. So I do have to admit, when I'm talking from an exceedingly biased perspective of the school system that my kids are going to is bar none probably the best public school that you could possibly imagine sending your kids to. So I have to recant my rant and say,
you're a poet and didn't know it.
Yeah, the big part of this town's focus is the university, and that translates down to our public school. They're both involved because we've attracted the university set to the town. There was no town before there was a university. The university happened in the middle of farmland, and a town sprung up around it. And so, yeah, homeschool. Keep your kids out of an Australian school, certainly. I would definitely not. I definitely wouldn't send my kids to school in Australia. I probably wouldn't send them to school in Canada. I probably wouldn't send them to school in Connecticut. In Norway, I probably wouldn't send. I wouldn't send my kids to school there either. If it wasn't for Davis, my kids would be being homeschooled on an Indian reservation in Navajo territory, because that would be the next closest thing I could tolerate.
Yeah, so you're finished now. So what we were saying before, I think you were out having a cigarette or something, was that...
That was a verbal shin kick if I've ever received one.
What? You do get your kids together with other kids that have been homeschooled. So I have a bunch of friends who have babies about to be born and a couple of years old, so about a year older than Chelsea. And we're getting them together a couple of times a week all to get to play. We're all educated parents, so we're teaching all the kids all our specialties. For example, I'm not fluent in any other languages other than English. There's only so far that voulez-vous coucher avec moi sans toi can get me. So I want Chelsea to languages. And so she'll have to have another teacher for that, or I'll have to, if none of my friends want to do it, then I'll have to hire a tutor especially for that, because being bilingual at least is important. And yeah,
another aspect of it too is it would be nice if you could arrange some of these kid hangouts without you present. I think there is something important also in kids becoming sort of independent people and not having parents around. One thing I've totally noticed too, out of all my two older kids, is that they treat their teachers with much greater respect than they would, because they'll backtalk and sass Papa all day long if they disagree with me on something. But with the teachers, they have I've just noticed they clean up everything. They behave great. They're just these perfect citizens in school. When they get home, it's like, Papa will pick this up later. I can just drop it down here. No problem. There is something there. So there'd be, and I would look in. I don't know if you have Montessori schools available, but I would look into it, because it's also there's something very cool about the way the Montessori school system is set up, in that the kids work as a team to accomplish goals. That I don't think you can get from regular public schooling, and I don't think you can necessarily get from homeschooling either, which allows them also sometimes to take the lead when their skill set is favored, and rely on a co-student who has a different skill set to sort of take the lead in other times. It's kind of a good mix of education.
Yeah, no, we've definitely talked about putting the kids together and leaving them I wouldn't leave her at the moment. Simply, the other day I actually was together with a boy who's just over a year older than her, and he's a little bit bigger than her. And she just, because she's walking now, and she just walked up and pushed him over, and he just went. Anyway, so I can't be violent, and I need to get that sorted before I start leaving her alone, or I'm going to get sued.
Yeah, Jani posted a story in the chat area. I just want to share it with you guys, talking about the schools in Finland and how they're one of the top performing schools, I guess, possibly in the world. But it says, Finland is no mystery and it's no miracle. They simply have a good system approach to school improvement. They decided 40 years ago that in a country with few natural resources, they would do well to develop the human beings in their society. They believe in healthy, well-educated, compassionate human beings. They should form the foundation not only of a good economy, good families, neighbors, and a good society. And one of the things I did read up before was the fact they're not really obsessed about standardized testing and things. They do their homework. They saw that private competition in school systems tend to shake out with wealthy families getting more for their kids than middle class and poor families. They decided to invest in one good public school system where all kids would get what they needed, and I'll paraphrase that by, in our own state of Kansas, the governor of the state of Kansas wants to privatize all the public schools. He's trying to almost eliminate funding for public schools, primarily because he believes they're teaching against the Christian religion. Mm-hmm. So in Finland, they invested heavily in teacher recruitment, teacher presentation by design. They made colleges. They made the colleges of education a highly elite program where only the top university students could be accepted with all expenses. Let's see, there's no fast track, there is no Teach for Finland. Trust is the key word. It comes from politicians, parents, academics, and unions. I'll stop there. I guess Finland has a pretty good system.
Okay, so, Jani, I think based on that, I might let I'd let my kids attend school in Finland. I'm still completely opposed to my kids going to a school in Australia. Although higher education might be nice, because then I wouldn't have to pay for it, which would be pretty sweet. I think that might be true for a lot of countries. The Kansas thing's kind of interesting. How could we accept that a foreign nation's religion dictate our culture's education system? That's really bizarre.
Actually, what happened was some parents sued, and the courts forced the state of Kansas to fund public schools to a greater extent than what they wanted to. And in that case, it all comes down to influence of a religion, the Christian religions. That's what it comes down to. And Kansas might be the most pro-religious, conservative state in the United States. You can go back to.
They're truly anti-American.
They could be going back to the Great Depression when FDR and his programs helped pull the United States out of the Great Depression. And he ran for office, I think possibly his last time. He lost one state. He lost Kansas. Because he's a socialist.
Look, anybody who tells you America is a Christian nation doesn't understand America or Christianity. They don't understand how diametrically opposed they are. This is, and I don't know. We don't have a great. I don't know if we have a historian amongst us. but I don't think we need one. Can anybody here who's had any sort of knowledge of the Bible point to the strong affirmations of democracy within it? There are none. There's no such thing as democracy. Democracy isn't mentioned in the Bible. How about the legal system that we have in place? Is that? No. We derive the American infrastructure of our society from the Greeks. You know, this is why we have the Greek pillars everywhere. This is why there's so much Greek architecture in ancient Washington. Right? It's because the founding fathers were looking to the Greeks to give a blueprint for America. They weren't looking for Christianity. They weren't looking for more kingdoms. They weren't looking for clerics and priests to run this place. They weren't looking for the Templars. Well, the Templars, yes, the Templar. The Knights Templar had some fun architecture, but even then, you know, you're talking about the stonemasons, you're talking about architects, you're talking about people who were really preserving Greek knowledge through the Dark Ages. You know, this is where the architecture and the knowledge of geometry came from, and this is what they were still utilizing and keeping kind of secret and undercover. No, we get the foundation of this nation from, and that's, you look at the universities. You have Greek houses. You know, you don't have like the House of Samaritans, the House of the Mennonites. You don't. No, it's Greek houses, right? This is a Greek educated Greek blueprint society of our democracy, of our Senate. This is the blueprint we used. Not the Bible. We didn't use the Bible. This isn't a Christian nation. This is absolutely not a Christian nation. And anybody who attempts to anybody who tells you it is anti-America. They might as well be Sharia law that they want. It might as well be some sort of they might want the Hindustani caste system put in place. That's all well and fine. All of those are anti-America. All of those are anti-democracy. All of those are anti-liberty. All of those are anti-freedom.
When you're in a court of law.
Speaking of which, you know that map show I was talking about? How the states were formed. I think that's what the show is called, or whatever it was, the History 2 channel show. One of the amazing things that came out of that show that I didn't know. Do you know who first settled in the land that is now Texas?
I would immediately say the Mexicans or the Mexicans, but I think I'm wrong. Oh, they had the Native Americans, of course.
Right, but the first Western culture,
Western culture-ish
culture.
I would have said Spain.
Right, it was the French. The first colony in Texas to actually settle there and start living there full time was the French. So I wish I'd known this when like the Texas president conservative party was bashing freedom fries, right? Or bashing French fries, wanting to call them freedom fries. Like God didn't put his handprint down on Texas. The French did. It was the French that founded Texas the first time. Anyway, that's an aside.
I think Jesus would have loved the cell phone. He was a rebel. He rebelled against the power structure.
Jesus was a long-hair, sandal-wearing hippie.
Yeah.
He was left a liberal today. This is the other thing that always blasts my brain, is that the biggest literary hippie through all religions of all time ever, the biggest pacifist, the biggest love thy neighbor. Water, we'll turn it into wine, brother. And bring me some sage. I'll show you what I'll turn that into. I'll turn that right. Like, this guy, biggest hippie in history. He's the one that the right wing conservatives point to as their go-to guy. It's insane. Good night, Dale.
Good night,
Good night,
Dale.
guys. Thanks again.
Hey, oh, Dale, by the way, let me say, I was going to send him a resume.
I see Patrick popped in. I don't know. Can't
Perfect
see his
timing, Patrick.
face.
Perfect time.
Yeah, again, as well as I know American history, because I was publicly educated, so it's probably not so much. The deist, they believed in a God, but they didn't believe in an interventionist God, and that's the big thing. And you've seen the evolution away from, and in the Christian religion, away from that one powerful pope who ran everything, and then you had Martin Luther's rebellion, for instance, against that idea, and then you had the King of England saying, hey, ain't no guy in Rome going to tell me what I'm doing, so he starts his own church, and so it's kind of a breakdown of the power structure, and I think even in the United States, you're seeing a gradual evolution away from that all-powerful church, if you will. I see a pair of eyes in the dark. I'm not sure. Is this some alien who's?
So to that, even our deist founding fathers were a bit Epicurean in their belief. This is a Greek philosopher Epicurus, who at least Thomas Jefferson was a big fan of. Here's the quote that I love. If God is willing to prevent evil but not able, then is he not omnipotent? If he is able but not willing, then he is malevolent. If he is both able and willing, then whence evil cometh, or then whence cometh evil? If he is neither able nor willing, then why call him God? Just brilliant. And this is, again, Greek. The deists looked to the Greeks to form this nation. They didn't find the constructs of democracy anywhere in the Bible. They didn't exist in the Bible. There's no mention of the power of mankind to have voice in his world whatsoever. Quite the opposite. Everything in the Bible points to a supernatural king in charge of everything, and a subservient role. Not even a subservient role, a indebted servant role for all of humanity, to the King of all kings, right? So this nation of ours is not a Christian nation by any means. We are a Greek nation, extension of the ancient Greeks. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on in creator space at whatever god awful time in the morning it is wherever you are?
It's 12:30. I would have been there tonight, but I had a mentally exhausting day, so I tried to get a nap before I came on so I could stay up for a while. And so I just woke up.
I got two guys who know a little bit about space and physics and stuff. So I thought I got a little fun story which I've just posted in the chat area. And this is something we talked about, me and Dale, a couple of weeks ago. And I think there are three kinds of categories: hypothesis, theories, and what the fuck. And I think maybe this thing called gravity's rainbow may be in the what the fuck category. I don't know. So let me read a little bit of this, and then Justin and Patrick, you can let me know what you think about it. And it says, the quasi-essential feature of a black hole is its point of no return, or what is more technically called the event horizon. When anything, a star, a particle, or a wayward human, crosses this horizon, the black hole's massive gravity pulls it in with such force that it is impossible to escape. At least That is what happens in the traditional black hole model. In a new paper, let's see, these are people, this is from the ZEWAIL, City of Science and Technology, and the Baha University in Egypt. Okay? A couple of scientists. Now, in their new paper, they say, according to a new generalization of Einstein's theory of gravity called gravity's rainbow, it is not possible to define the position of the event horizon with arbitrary precision. What the fuck is arbitrary precision? Okay. It is not possible to define the position of the event horizon with arbitrary precision. If the event horizon can't be defined, then the black hole itself effectively does not exist. In gravity's rainbow, space does not exist below a certain minimal length, and time does not exist below a certain minimum time interval. So all objects existing in space and occurring at the time do not exist below that length and time interval, as the event horizon is a place in space which exists at a point in time and also does not exist below that scale. Okay, Patrick, Justin, what the fuck? Sorry I caught you late.
Alright. So, like, a Schwarzschild is the radius of the black hole? This is all I know. Because there was the Schwarzschild Kugelblitz, which is a way to power a starship by a black hole. But it turns out not being very effective. I don't know anything about this rainbow.
Okay, Justin. What do you think about this idea?
I'm not gay or anything, but rainbows are cool.
We've settled it.
Yeah. So okay. So there is in the Schwarzschild radius and in everything that we've been playing with in interpreting black holes, the physicist's view of a perfect system, right? The black hole in the Schwarzschild incident is a perfect circle. There's a specific point. There's no undulation. There's a point at which light there's the gravity at the center of the black hole is so great that light can't exist. And so what happens at that border where the light can no longer escape and is pulled back? And what happens when something outside crosses that line? Well, this is that sort of classic example of a physicist attempting to define a cow through physics and saying, okay, first of all, let's picture a completely perfectly spherical cow, right? This is a reduction of potential possibilities of information into a really neat symmetrical system that you can actually define properties of. That doesn't mean that that exists. And in fact, it probably doesn't. So in terms of what they're talking about, interacting, whether things are experiencing time, where you can have, whether space has a definition, if you remove time from the definition of space. Some of it sounds a little semantical, but on the other hand, it's something that I've always had a problem with too. Like, there doesn't seem to be, if light is traveling into a black hole and accelerating towards it, it seems like this semi-massless property is going to perhaps be accelerated out again. And if there's a delay, if it's getting wrapped around and then launched out, there's basically it's not going to be perfect symmetry. It's not going to be the Schwarzschild sphere of a perfect black hole. So pretty much anything you postulate on that edge of the black hole could potentially be true. Possibly.
Okay. Let me ask you another question on string theory. What do you think? Is string theory falling from a theory to a hypothesis to what the fuck?
Well, it's always been a hypothesis. It's never actually been a theory. It's always bugged.
That's my pet peeve. I hate it when people mistake hypothesis for theory and vice versa.
And it's annoying because it's been propagated. You know, it's been called string theory by people who know better, and that's always been really irritating, right? But it was put out for public consumption, and it was tagged theory, and there it stood. But the theory isn't really a theory that we would. It's not like the theory of gravity or the theory of evolution. It's not like those theories that are backed up by a whole bunch of facts. What string theory largely is a modeling system, still to this day. And within that modeling system, you can make amazing discoveries, and you can have incredibly accurate descriptions of the universe. But it's still a modeling system, and it's been a modeling system. Now, supersymmetry, we're going to get some tests for in the next Hadron Collider experiments. But even science can be wrong. Science can be completely wrong. Science can be describing something like a spherical cow or a perfect symmetry of a black hole and get sort of the basics of what we're looking at and looking for. And then from there, we can make observations. We will know where to try to make these observations. We will know where to search and poke at the universe to elicit facts that become a prevailing theory going forward. But thus far, from what I can understand, it's really just an immensely intense modeling system in which you can input the known physics of the actual universe and let them sort of play out in this mathematical model, and you can adjust and you can tweak the mathematical model, and you can say, if this particle exists, then this would be the effect. If this particle doesn't exist, this would have to compensate for that. So far, that's what it looks like to me. Whether or not that's even making specific claims and not simply finding directions for discovery, I don't know.
Okay. Did you get to see Dr. Kirsten's article in Boing Boing?
I saw that.
And so what? I guess it's Frank Drake. Is he the guy who came up with the Drake equation?
Yeah.
Okay. Now he's saying that the SETI program is silly and a waste of time.
That's not exactly. You didn't read the article then, because that's not what he said at all.
Okay.
He said that sending messages out to an alien race was a waste of time because the amount of time it would take to get anywhere, we'd come up with better technologies to communicate anyways, so why put any resources on it now, and we can just wait until we have faster communications.
Okay.
He's all for listening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and honestly, we've already been sending the signal. I mean, we've been radio and broadcast and everything else. What's actually interesting is we're kind of a bright spot from all of our radar and television and radio and broadcast. And as we convert to digital, as we make this digital transition, we're silencing that beacon. We're becoming a quieter blip, because less and less signal is going to be being released from the planet.
Well, less and less analog signal.
Well, I mean, if broadcast television all goes digital, you know, because this isn't traveling, this isn't bouncing out. in the same way. I suppose we'll still keep our radar signal somewhat strong for some time to come, as long as we're worried about people flying into other people's territory, trying to just find where all these Malaysian planes are disappearing. But for a good extent, we are probably going to get a little bit quieter. If everything goes HD radio or satellite radio, that's a signal that won't be getting broadcast out into the universe, that won't get picked up someplace. So the fact that we're even, I don't know if the SETI signal, how much louder it could possibly be than the rest of the din of our planet producing signal. But yeah,
Apparently,
definitely the listening
it'd be like a
makes more
focused
sense.
blast towards whatever star is nearby or something.
Getting a little bit more, more directional.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Yeah,
like
but,
pointing at
then
Alpha
it's a little bit
Centauri.
selfish. A little bit selfish. When the future mouse, squid, and/or robot peoples of 1,000 years from now, or 2,000, or 3,000, or 4,000, or 25,000, or a million years from
I saw
now.
that Discovery Channel special on how squids take over the world.
Right. By the time somebody gets the signal, we'll all be gone. Then they'll send the signal, and they'll all be gone by the time it's received here. And then be like, oh, there's light. And then somebody will send some octopus mouse hybrid robot cyborg people. We'll send a mission out there on a 1,000-year mission, and they'll get there, and those people will be gone. It'll just be continually missing each other.
It's a big, vast, spacey world out there.
Yeah, one of the most disturbing images I've ever seen is a sort of overlay or picture of our galaxy, with that sort of "we are here" kind of arrow, like we are here. Here's this one little, we're over in this little section. But the overlay of that was this tiny circle around that thought of these are all the stars you can see at night. we have such a tiny, infinitesimally small, primitive view of our own Milky Way, let alone the rest of the universe. Like it's a really big neighborhood. It's a really it's sort of like unsurmountable, the distances at this point. What it really requires is some sort of Star Trekian space warpage, Star Warsian hyperspace activity, beyond the speed of light travel,
It's
sort
not
of
Star
wormholeian
Trek
technology to even make a conversation possible.
Yeah, I've talked to the guy that's working on Warp Drive. He's a cool guy. Nice dude. Sonny White, I believe is his name, or Harold White. He's got like a few different nicknames, but he's in Building 15 at Johnson Space Center, and I have worked on his computer.
Nice.
He's one guy with like maybe a small handful of like co-ops that are helping him work on this thing. He will not answer his phone anymore because there's always a bunch of nut jobs trying to call him and tell him he's wrong. So he's just given up. But
what we need is to get him funded is basically just a nice world war. That's what it's gonna take. That's what it's gonna take. We got to the moon on Project Paperclip, and the what's his name, rocket scientist, was basically launching homemade rockets in a backyard in the Black Forest in Germany before the Germans went to war and found a necessity of his technology, found a use for it, and militarily funded the heck out of it. And then you get the V2 rocket, and then we scoop them up and we bring them over and we start creating rockets to go to the moon because we're in an arms race against Russia to get to the moon first. What we need is more war. and it doesn't count. This ISIS thing doesn't count. It's not a war with a technology race. We need a technologically competent. The best thing that could happen to science is we go to war with China. This is really what we need. This is really what we need to fund science properly. It's a good old-fashioned arms race with China.
Just having our entire supply line cut off is exactly what we need for our economy right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it would be sort of like we reach this like understanding of codependence. It's like China would be like, we actually can't ship anything. We don't know how to make cardboard. We've always just received it back from you from the packages we sent. We don't know how to make cardboard, and we're like, we don't have any way to make plastic or machine metals or textiles or we don't actually know how to make anything anymore. So yeah, we have a codependent relationship, which is going to prevent the next major funding of science through an arms race.
Unless there's a Cold War Mark II.
Yeah, but Putin isn't going to be able to put up a proper Cold War. He just isn't. He's just not capable of it.
The Chinese had books while we were still swinging from trees. What are you talking about? They know how to make cardboard.
I missed that. What was the middle of that part?
I said, sorry, I've been feeding my baby. She's just been attacking my boobs with her 5 teeth. Chinese,
you have 5 teeth?
She has 5 teeth.
Oh.
I have like 30 or something. Anyway, the Chinese, they had books while you and I were still swinging from trees. I'm pretty sure they know how to make cardboard.
Well, that's neither true nor factual. But
neither is the cardboard thing. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's just our major export to China from the United States is cardboard. That's our biggest export. It's shipping back
China,
the empty boxes.
Justin might be advocating war with you. I am not. Don't. Yeah. Just go to him, not me.
Okay.
I think there's a greater possibility of a good finance war corporations. Sooner or later, perhaps Google.
Franchise wars of something
Yes.
from
International trade.
Demolition Man.
Yes. Something like that.
Only Taco Bell will be left, and they'll only listen to jingles on the radio.
But how the hell do you use these shells? There's 3 shells. I still don't get how to use the shells.
I wonder where they came up with that line.
It's actually my favorite scene probably of every movie is when he just starts cursing to get enough paper.
Actually, yeah, that was pretty good. Something violation of one.
Yeah, a litany of curse words. Each one produces a little paper ticket. He's in the restroom. He doesn't know how to use the 3 shells to wipe with, and every time he curses, it produces a little slip of paper. That's a ticket. So he's just lets loose a litany of cursing. So the ticket machine's like, he's like, I think that's about enough. All right, I will return shortly.
All right. Okay, you guys got anything you want to talk about? Because I can get into one of the main stories when Justin popped in, which involved the politics. I don't know if we're ready to discuss politics at 2 o'clock in the morning here. And Justin has gone away. How you doing, Patrick?
I'm okay. It's been a while.
That workshop, you still have projects going in the workshop?
Oh yeah, nonstop. I would have been there tonight, but I was just too tired. I had one of those days where nothing I did seems to fix anything, so it was an utter failure. But whatever.
Minor failure, but I don't know if it's on my part, is either the Chrome update or the Windows update is doing two things. One, it keeps turning off my volume control. So I open up my computer, and sometimes my volume control is on and sometimes it's not. A couple of weeks ago, I turned on my computer, opened the Hangout, couldn't hear Dale, couldn't figure out what the problem was, and eventually I just had to reboot, and then I discovered, there's a stupid little button down the bottom over here, and all I have to do is just put my volume control back on. This past week, after it might have been a Windows update or a Chrome update, my keyboard, I open up my computer, I have to input my password, which is letters and numbers, okay? So it's working. Then I get into Chrome, and the letters and numbers don't input. I have to reboot, go back on, reboot, go back on. Magically, it works again. So.
Try Firefox.
Never been on Firefox.
It should work. Usually.
How easy is Firefox to use compared to Chrome?
It's a browser. It's the same damn thing.
Same thing?
It looks the same. It might look slightly different. It might have a Firefox logo instead of a Chrome logo, but it'll all work.
Okay. So I can get onto Chrome from, I can go to, Google, the Google Hangouts.
Yeah.
I can do that. Okay. I have to look at
All right, I'm not in Chrome. I don't use Chrome to get on there. So.
Yeah. Just the story I wanted to.
That's what I was going to mention. Well, no, if this continues on stories, and I'll find something and I'll bring it up later.
Okay. I'm not sure how long it will take to Justin gets back. I had an article in the Christian Science Monitor by a guy named Jason Haley, Director of Cyber Statecraft Initiative of the Atlantic Council. Looked up in Wikipedia, Atlantic Council was supposed to be a nonpartisan institution with members from moderate international wings of both parties. What it comes down to, the short story is that the government, that its initiative that, whoops, excuse me, dropped the paper. They're talking about trying to counter cyber warfare. And so what the president wants to do, good old President Obama, he wants to create something called the private sector cybersecurity information sharing. So the idea would be that if the Homeland Security Department, any department within Homeland Security comes across a cyber threat, they would then transmit that threat, let the people in this particular group who have volunteered to go into the group, banks, businesses, whatever, and would communicate what the cyber threat is to these banks, let's say. And then the banks and the government, sharing information together, would be able to work on a solution. So you're talking about creating a group. I don't know whatever else to call it.
A
Made
coalition.
up of the government and banks and other institutions sharing information to counteract a cyber threat. Okay. Pamela might be interested in this as well. So I got the President's executive order in front of me, promoting this private sector cybersecurity. Let's see. In order to address cyber threats to public health and safety, national security, and economic security of the United States, private companies, nonprofits, blah, 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 other entities must be able to share information related to cyber security risk and incidents and collaborate in response to these. Organizations engaged in the sharing of the information related to cyber security risk and incidents play an invaluable role, blah, blah, blah. Such information sharing should be conducted in a manner, here we go, that protects the privacy and civil liberties of individuals, that preserves business confidentiality, that safeguards the information being shared, and protects the ability of the government to detect, investigate, prevent, and respond to cyber threats. And on Section 5, Privacy and Civil Liberties Protections, agencies shall coordinate their activities under this order with their senior agency officials for privacy and civil liberties and ensure that appropriate protections for privacy and civil liberties are incorporated into such activities. Such protections shall be based upon the Fair Information Practice principles and other privacy and civil liberties. Okay, so we're talking about, one, we definitely have a cyber threat. Okay, we got a cyber war between countries. What the president is suggesting, and Clinton suggested something similar, started a program, didn't work out, never went anywhere. So now President Obama has issued this order, and what, as I see it, he's trying to create this group, cooperative group, government, business, sharing information like banks. Now, I don't see anything in there that talks about specifically what would be the control mechanism for ensuring privacy of the like banks. What's going to stop? I can understand the NSA saying, I can understand a threat, and the NSA saying to this bank, okay, you're going to hit with a cyber threat. I can understand that they're going to look at the algorithm, they're going to look at the security of the banking facility. But what I'm not so sure of and what I'm concerned about is this whole business of sharing information.
You're looking at this all wrong. There's nothing.
Okay.
There's nothing like controversial in this executive order. It's just like saying, hey, from now on, anytime there's like a malicious hacker or trend going on, we're going to coordinate all of our efforts to combat it through Homeland Security. Like, okay, so what?
Well, this is the prediction that I failed. I had it written down on my notepad. Actually, is this? Oh yeah, this is the okay. Yeah, it's right in here somewhere.
2015, the year we go. Paper only. Rolodexes.
Yeah, 2015. Here we go. Paper. Right. There was $1 billion cyber hack of Russian banks recently. You know, the Sony hack, the everything at this hack, the that hack, the Target hack, the this, whatever. Yeah, 2015. Here we go, paper. Somehow I missed that in my predictions for this. But this is actually the solution. We go back, we reinvest in filing cabinets, filing clerks. You know, we have people who you call down to the office and they've got to walk down a long line of filing cabinets, open just the right one, sift through the files, pull out the document that is imprinted on paper, and this is how we conduct business in the future.
That's actually fairly similar to how I think it's Coinbase is the Bitcoin bank-ish thing. In order to access all of your, so making a trade with Bitcoin on their exchange takes like 24 hours because 1/3 of the key to access your stuff or anybody else's stuff is stored offline.
Nice.
So you can't hack it.
Nice.
So there's a 24-hour window where you can take back your trade or what have you if something goes south. So it's something implemented like that where it's just a time delay.
Yeah.
Because they have to get another asset that's not attached to the network.
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous what Snowden was able to access. I mean, this is the big lark. You know, is that within the NSA, somebody could get access to all of these. Like, we needed to put every secret document online as though that was, or within the database, which was security. He was behind the firewalls. He was within the system when he accessed it. But still,
well, no, the way he did it was he gained the trust of his coworkers, and eventually they gave him their passwords because they wanted him to stop asking him to open up these portals so he could get access to stuff for his job or whatever.
Yeah,
he was like consolidating stuff or something like that.
Well, he was just a good IT guy who said, it's actually easier. It's actually easier if I sit here. It's actually easier if I sit here and just do it than it is for me to sit over your shoulder and tell you to click this, now click that, now type this. Now. If you just get up and let me sit here, we'll be done in like 5 minutes. Otherwise, this is going to be at least an hour-and-a-half process of me telling you what button to hit. And stop asking why you're hitting that button.
I am an IT guy, and that's a horrible IT guy.
The one who sits down?
No, the one who just takes over and doesn't show them how anything works.
No. Look, I've got like 5 other. You're not the only one who called me this morning. I've got to go down the hallway, door to door, and fix something stupid. 3 of them are printer issues, okay? Which is way below my pay grade. Okay, this is my day. I need to get through my day. Just get up. Let me do a little bit of typing. What's your password? Just tell. I know they told you to just. This is not that thing. I'm not the enemy.
Justin, you do realize that's what my job is for NASA. I do that for NASA.
Right? How many of them are printer issues?
Yeah, not as many as you'd think.
Okay. Maybe NASA's got better printers than I've got at work, but the IT guy gets called like 2 or 3 times a day to refix the printer.
The printers are just a crapshoot. They're horrible, but it's not. I think it's the underlying network protocol or something. But no, any IT guy that asks for your password is not doing his job.
I actually think
have the password. If anybody knows anyone else's password, they should immediately be reset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're an IT person, you don't need a password.
Well, I don't need the passwords for anybody's computer because I have access to all their data anyways. There's a backup system, and I have the master password. It's whatever, but I mean, frankly, we should have more clearance than they say we have. But
so I guess the question, like, when the president of the United States speaks about cybersecurity, I find it somewhat meaningless. I find it as though somebody who's not the government is got to get its own act together, cybersecurity-wise, before it can offer its services to the rest of the nation in terms of working together. But you're right, Patrick. A lot of it is sort of a general term of like, hey, if you've got a weakness, you need to share that weakness so the rest of us can learn from it. That's absolutely necessary. And part of the fear, I guess, is that like, well, how much detail are you asking us to reveal and share about our cybersecurity? Because doesn't that just ultimately make us that much more exposed by sharing it? So this is a we typically think of espionage as being between nations, but corporate espionage is the future of even international espionage. I mean, look at the what the heck was even the movie called? I don't even know what the name of the movie was called. The North Korea movie.
Oh,
The Interview?
The Interview.
Yeah, The Interview.
Thank you. Yeah. So The Interview, this became an international espionage episode between North Korea and Sony Studios. Like this, how bizarre.
I have a very strong feeling this was all organized by Sony as a publicity stunt to get more people to watch the movie.
Yeah, but that would make sense, except for they lost a tremendous amount of theater revenue in the way that the movie got pulled, and then I mean the way
they made it up in downloads.
Yeah, I don't think they did. I don't think you can, because when you go to a movie theater and pay $14 or $10 or whatever it is to see a movie, the movie theater gets like 10% of that. The actual theater itself.
But that's only true for the first 2 or 3 months. I used to work at a movie theater.
Yeah,
they make all their money in
but that's
popcorn,
where that revenue really comes from. The fact that the idea that they can make it up, and I think the release of it, the digital release of it, was a PR stunt, but it wasn't a PR stunt for the setup. It was a PR stunt for the bad decision making of having pulled it and having done something so anti-free speech, so anti-American as pulling your movie from theaters out of fear of repercussion. I think the PR stunt release was to save face and try to restore some sort of public trust in Sony after the fact of a really bad corporate decision to pull the movie in the first place. And again, pulling the movie wasn't completely driven by Sony. It was a lot of the theaters, the distributors, distributing to whatever the end user of the distribution, the theaters that were saying they were nervous about using it. So it was.
I don't know why anybody ever thought they had to be nervous about it. I mean, seriously, they're going to target every movie theater that this movie's playing in? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and how many North Korean sleeper cells could there possibly be?
Seriously, North Korea is not that big. They have a million-man army because they only have 1 million people.
And those North Koreans that are here in the United States, let me tell you, they're not still loyal to the motherland. They're like, escaped. They're like, yeah, I'll report back. I'll give you all the insight. I'll be a sleeper cell. Yeah, promise. Cross both the fingers. Out. I'm out. I made it out.
Yeah, that's about right. So, off topic though.
There is no such thing as off topic at this point.
Oh, okay. So there's this website I've been looking at recently called hallandhall.com. And they sell, or they put up for auction, ranches, right? There's an awesome ranch in California called the Toll House Ranch that I think it would be great for a science island.
Wait, what's it called?
Toll House Ranch. The link is in the chat.
Okay. And what is the website that you... Okay, oh, wait, I got it.
Hallhall.com. They have many other cool ranches out there. But, hey, wait a minute, where'd he go?
Might have hit a wrong button.
Nah, click after link. Is that
Dang
cremation?
it! Just doesn't have to talk to him about it.
What happened to me a week ago?
Oh yeah. Am I
Every
very
week there's a
echoey?
new.
Is my audio echoey? Oh, there he is. What happened?
A bit of bad button pushing.
No, almost a little over $7 million bucks, 15,000 acres.
Wait, where did you see this?
How much is it? What?
Patrick posted a link to this in the chat area.
Oh wait, hold on. Where'd that?
I keep ending up with Texas. I'm not finding California.
Yeah, but how much
The
is
link
it?
is good. It's like 7.8 million, but it's relatively inexpensive considering.
Okay, so that's one. Hang on. Where is Shamrock?
Decide on a budget first.
Oh, I'm more looking at the scenic view than anything.
All
I
right,
mean, this
hang
is
on.
in the
Let me try
foothills
this.
of the Sierra Nevadas. This is awesome.
I'm going to Land Watch. Land Watch. I'll be able to drill it down here.
Conversely, there's a really flat place over in Idaho. Idaho. That was an awesome ranch, and that was only like 2.5 million.
All right, what is
But
this thing
there's been
called
like
again?
land trust and hall.com.
Wait, but
Or
the ranch?
Toll House Ranch.
Coal is in, like, you burn it as a fuel?
TOLL House
Oh.
Ranch. Like the chocolate chip. Nestle Toll House. There were other cool ranches, but you mentioned wanting to stay in California, so I looked at the ones that were in California. Because you're a home buddy.
All right.
It is between or 30 miles east of Bakersfield and 120 miles north
Oh,
of
no,
Los
totally
Angeles.
worthless. This is the Mojave Desert. You're not going anywhere near it. Nowhere near it. This is seriously, this is the most, if there's any bit of green, which they're showing little bits of green, yeah, it's from some rain that happened, and then everything else, then it stopped, because this is literally Mojave Desert type territory. This is Death Valley.
I'm fine with that.
Do we want to live like someplace like Davis, someplace near perhaps a college community?
Literally, this would be pretty. Davis itself would be pretty stinking ideal to buy some farmland in the somewhat vicinity. All right, let me get rid of that.
Something you talked about last week, Justin. You mentioned how people being able to work off-site and then come back and live on the island as far as generating income. And I was thinking that I wouldn't want Science Island to be like a bedroom community. I'd almost prefer to have maybe if you had a couple, one person working on Science Island and the other person, maybe going out and doing something else. I don't know what. But I would want to have the vast majority of people working on different projects in Science Island itself as an experiment. Seeing Science Island as an experiment.
Yeah, no, totally agreeable. You know, but the idea is look, economies of scale and the reality of everything being what it is. If say a cat like Ulysses, who's an electrician, there's really only so much like electrician work that will need be done on any given day on Science Island. So if you have an external community in which he can make a living above and beyond just our, you know, our initial startup, if it gets to the point where it's self-sustaining for somebody's entire work life, finance needs, everything else, then fine, great, awesome. But if it doesn't support it, we need to be able to trade with foreign nations, I mean, outside of the direct community. Right? I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Like, you want to be able to, you don't want somebody's skill set to be being squandered or them not to be able to maximize the use of their...
So, here's my question for you. When you say it should be, are we talking like an island in the middle of a city type thing?
Never.
Like a few blocks? Or like outside the city?
Alright, so
you say you want to be close to like a college town or a college or something, right? So like, how close are we talking?
Okay. So let me post. I got to figure out where to post a link.
Chat room, group chat.
All right, hang on. Where I don't have a group chat.
Go to your.
Oh, there it is. Okay, now I found it. Okay. All right. So here's a link. So here's a place that is within 10 miles of the University of California, Davis. And it's 100 acres. I mean, yeah, this one's a couple mil, and it's probably more land than we would know what to do with. Right? It's in farm country.
Too flat.
Right. Actually, too, if you notice one of these shots, there's a actually, is it the first or no? It's the 1, 2, 3, fourth picture over. There's a hill range back there. That is, I'm curious. I don't ever see it listed anywhere.
It's got stables.
Yeah, the stables could be the longhouse. We'll just move in. Get there. Who needs a horse?
This is mostly for horses at this point.
Right. But this is like
pictures I see. Must be a horse farm.
Yeah, this is 100 acres. It's plenty of land. It gets decent enough rainfall. This is ag land, Northern California style. There's a lot of hay. But it's being utilized right now as a horse ranch. Whatever. Point of it is, though, this is within 10 miles of the University of California, Davis. So, this is within an hour and less than an hour and a half's drive from the greater San Francisco area, right? This is an area that would, regardless of what your main profession is, you could still do it and come home to Science Island every night. Now, Ed, you're retired. You would be hanging out at the Science Island, right? So for you, it wouldn't be the bedroom community. It would be Blair taking off to go be a zoologist somewhere or an aquariumologist somewhere, and then coming back, and then you would still have all the people to collaborate on projects on the island for what we would be building or what we would be working on. There would be people who would be more full-time than others. Part of the other reason why I really like the idea of being close to the university town, though, is that you can get a lot of free brain power. Say we're working on a solar system or an ag system that we're trying to get up and running. Bringing in a professor from the University of California, Davis Ag School, who can make a project for his students to develop a good irrigation system or a good greenhouse system or You know, it becomes a working project where some of what we're doing, it's not so much that it's an experiment as it is a class project for it to be developed. You know, we could create actual credits for students who want to work in the field when the university land itself is pretty limited. Only so much territory they can take over and do stuff with and manipulate there. Although there is a fair bit of ag land to mess with around the UC Davis campus. But if it was like something like an irrigation system with a novel method or a new idea, it could actually be implemented on the island by students who are studying this sort of thing. So that's also part of why I like the idea of it being a little bit of a research facility for a university that's in the neighborhood.
So there is a, I'm trying to find exactly what it's called here. There is a like tiny house experimental community outside of Houston. Shoot, what is it called? But it's like almost the same situation you're talking about. They're trying to make it. Oh, there's a YouTube video on this guy. And apparently they're making a reality show there too.
There you go, reality show. Now we don't have to worry about money.
Let's see.
Sell it to CBS.
No, it'd be a fantastic show.
TinyTexasHouses.com. And then there's like, yeah, basically this guy is trying to have a self-sustaining community, and it's all like tiny houses or what have you. Reclaimed lumber from old torn down buildings, and if they can like produce all of their food and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's right outside a thriving city that has two major universities, Houston University and Rice University. I think the guy's kind of crazy, but whatever.
It takes that. It takes a little bit of that.
It does. Yeah.
Okay, now picking a location, don't we have to take climate change into account here?
He did. This guy did. He's far enough up inside Texas, away from Houston, that it's not in the floodplain anymore of the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
Brad Kittle is the owner.
So, Ed, yes and no. So, obviously, because we now know that the hurricane threat is going to be much greater in the Northeast going forward, can't be anywhere there.
Oh, no.
You're gonna have to pull up stakes before the giant hurricanes start pummeling every other year.
I was thinking of pulling up stakes, perhaps, and going to Australia. Right, Pam? You got places in Australia.
Yeah, but nothing that isn't poisonous.
We should go to the middle of the desert where those opal mines were.
Yeah, there's lots of scorpions there that will kill you. But I mean,
like I said,
Kill you.
everything in Australia is more poisonous than the That's again, not to become too redundant, but this is why marsupials keep their young in pouches, to keep them away from all the poisons.
Oh yeah, it's really dangerous.
Has that been scientifically proven?
What?
Well, since I am a scientist, I would say yes.
You mean the marsupial thing?
Yeah.
I didn't think that's because of the dangerous scorpions in the desert, but anyway.
So Ed, to that point, yes, to an extent, we should take climate change into account, but we should take it into account for the design. This is why we want to do like things like rain capture for water. Again, I'm not opposed to being on the grid for electricity and on the grid for water, but the goal has to be moving away from it. So, say we started with this say we started with a tiny house village that was connected to the local utility for electricity, that was piped to the local water district for water. I would say that the goal of the island should be to wean ourselves from that if we started from that position. If we started without it, then the goal is to just survive on as much water as we can collect and electricity as we can produce, and hopefully build that infrastructure so we could consume more and more and more until we're living in a natural, American accustomed to environment.
I've been basically off the grid for electricity and water for over a year now. I've hardly ever been on the grid. You don't need to be on the grid.
Yeah, if your water cycle is completely closed, then you just need an initial water. If your water cycle is completely closed, then you just need that initial supply of water and you're good.
Mm-hmm.
You can also use really good filters. I have a life straw individuals, and then I have the life straw for the bucket thing, and I've got the thing at the tap, and yeah, you just need really good filters.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different...
Australia is completely off the grid. There's a perfect example. People can live off the grid. Australia has been off the grid since its inception.
It's not off the grid.
Grid's not a problem. There's technology we can have. We don't have to worry about being off the grid. I agree with you. We should have a connection to the grid in case we need it as an emergency. That I go along with.
Not with Tesla's new home battery packs, we won't.
Guys, you're afraid because you haven't been off the grid.
I'm not.
I've been off the grid.
What, for a year?
Yeah. I mean, this is you're talking to somebody who lives in a highly suburban, urbanized area now, but I was a mountain child. All this comes from having been a teepee living, farmhouse dwelling, wood stove burning, mountain child, wild
We
hippie
all know
kid.
you're a wannabe hippie.
No. Literally, I got photos. I come from hippie stock. Like, other people, like, maybe, like, tried it on in the 80s or 90s to be a hippie. No, I was raised by wild hippie wolves.
So why do you want a connection to the
Wild
grid?
hippie wolves.
No, literally, we lived like we would go out. I would go. I'd spend summers with my uncle, and at the time he was homesteading this 800-acre, basically a horse ranch. Our neighbors had cattle, so they were producing stuff to eat. We had goats, chickens, and horses. And by horses, I don't mean like the ones at the equestrian center down the road. These were Nevada Mustangs, part of the Bureau of Land Management's relocation Mustang program, that my uncle, who wasn't a horse guy necessarily, he was a miner. He was actually trained in the Marines as some sort of munitions guy, explosives guy, and so he after the Marines went into being a powder monkey, which is somebody who would drill holes deep down into a mountain, and he would fill it full of black powder and run a line out and blow the thing up. But he figured out these horses were free, so he like ordered a bunch of them, and then learned how to break them, and they were only somewhat broken. Like we would ride and get bucked, and we would ride and get bucked off. And he was a big guy; he could take a horse kick. You know, some of us kids took it a little tougher, but this is how we grew up. It was really kind of a rough and tumble thing, and we had this wood cabin, and we had kerosene lamps for light at night, and we had a wood stove that we cooked on, and then. For him, though, that was a little too modern living, so we would sometimes go out in somewhere in the middle of the 800 acres and set up a teepee, this 18-foot pole teepee, which actually has a nice radius and is completely warm at night with the fire in the center, and the smoke just goes straight up. It's a brilliant little setup. And we would stay out there for like a month at a time, because the cabin had too many amenities. Right?
So am I to understand that you're helping an invasive species survive?
Which invade? Oh, the horses? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, they were invasive. Yes.
Shame. Yes, those teepees, those Native Americans really knew how to build them, right?
Well, my uncle always also claimed that part of why we were doing it was to get back to our Native American ancestry, which my mother always told me was complete bullshit. Right? Then I did the 21 and me, like genealogy
23,
test.
23
Turns out my uncle was right. I got a 5% hit on the Native American. So either he just got lucky, or he actually, because he was the oldest, talked to the great grandma a little bit more than the younger his younger siblings, and heard a little bit more of the family history.
Yeah, I got no Native American in me whatsoever.
Yeah, I got it all. I've got, what you name a nation, it's in there.
I could show you exactly that. Yeah.
I don't mind. I think the goal, as you say, is to live off the grid. When we build it, when we first moved there, I think we can certainly, put up a off the grid electric power source, no problem whatsoever. How close to an actual town, I'm not so sure about. 10 miles might be a little bit too close, because we also want to be I want to be as politically independent as possible. I don't want to have to worry about those nasty housing inspectors, coming in. I mean, that's all the thing with the tiny homes. A lot of the people who have them, their real bugaboo is the housing inspector who's saying it's not up to code. So I want to be outside.
It's not up to code because it's not big enough to be qualified as a house.
Well, I want to be outside a city, so we don't have to worry about housing codes. You got state housing codes, I know, probably.
Mm-hmm.
I know that, however, in Australia, you have these principalities, or at least as of 10 years ago, you had a couple of farmers, one particular farmer, and he didn't want to pay taxes. So he organized a principality, had something to do with the laws in Australia dealing with the Queen, I don't know, but he won in court, that he could have his own principality. Of course, the government came in, and I think he made some kind of a deal where he said, okay, I'm not paying taxes, maybe I'll give you a gift to keep you off my back, something like that.
And there are hundreds of micronations inside the U.S. that claim to be their own nation and whatnot. But they don't really pose any threat to anyone, so no one cares.
You know my picture of an Australian bar? About a dozen or so 2x4s, planted in cement-filled Folgers coffee canisters, with a corrugated tin roof over the top of them. And like no walls. This is like the picture in my head of what a bar looks like in Australia. Like they don't bother with walls. They got that corrugated tin roof on actually everything has a corrugated tin roof except for the Opera House.
Are you sure this isn't like Jamaica or something?
No, I don't know. It might be a little Mad Maxian or something, but this is my picture.
Maybe like South Africa on the tip of it, or like the beach or something.
Aren't there places like that? I'm thinking maybe down Louisiana, Mississippi, or something like that.
Oh yeah, no. What is it? The 4th Ward, 8th Ward, 9th Ward, whatever it was very much plywood and corrugated metal roofs. I mean, this was makeshift. California's got really strict building codes. However, a silent island in Mars. Jani, I don't know.
That's pretty off the grid. It's a little bit far away from the nearest college town.
So California has really strict building codes. But there are some significant exceptions. There are ways you can. Really, all you need to do is convince the local building inspector upon building that you're doing something that is a little bit different.
You mean by a bribe, perhaps?
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all. But if they sign off on it, you can do it. And there's counties nearby, over in Hopland, which is, it's not Napa, but I don't think it's Lake County. I'm not sure what county it is exactly. But they have a series of houses that have the hay bale construction. And it's called this solar community. And they have, it's called a solar community, but this is because they started this thing back in the 70s. But they have a lot of that sort of innovative, alternative building material stuff. It's a little off-grid community, and they've been allowed to experiment and create. And I think if you come in with the plan that this is going to be the experiment community, you can get away with it. You can get away with a lot more. The thing that you have to do nowadays, though, anywhere in California, is you have to build a proper road to the place. You have to build something that a fire truck can drive down. This is really the biggest requirement you would face, is having to build a road that a fire truck, because there used to be a waiver. You could build completely off the grid down the end of some dirt winding road somewhere, and you could sign a waiver that says if your house caught on fire, the fire department wouldn't have to get there, right? Because you built it in some place insanely hard to get to. And then somebody created a hassle situation where they sued because the fire department didn't respond even though they'd signed the waiver, and it won. So you have to create the road to through the property. Biggest requirement I can see as an obstacle. Everything else seems pretty simple. You know, the tiny houses or the yurts or all these temporary-ish structures, non-foundation structures, these can be permitted a variety of ways pretty easily. That's not so much of an issue. I think what would be fascinating too, though, is if you could create this community of agile-minded people. Like, I always look at any bit of landscaping in a regular city and say, really, the best that they could come up with was putting in a lawn. You could put sod down and a play structure or a god-awful statue or something. I mean, creativity and imagination for creating a people space with a garden has so much more potential. Davis does pretty good. We've got an arboretum area that's got some pretty innovative gardening and gazebo stuff going on, but it seems like for pretty low expense, you could create really magnificent forum public areas that aren't just a park lawn setting.
Imagine if all public parks and whatnot were, what do they call them?
Permaculture?
No, well, maybe like food landscapes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Food
If there was all Victory Garden.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
So Davis actually has a little bit of that.
You could feed the homeless with all the landscaping.
Well,
Seattle
literally
or
downtown Davis,
towns
there
have
is a
got
park.
They turned one of their public parks into a permaculture that's self-sustaining. Sorry, Justin. Go ahead.
No. Davis has done that to some limited, some sort of a limited success, but you know, part of it too is like there's something that is the pioneering spirit, right? But it's beyond the pioneering spirit because it's the pioneering community that actually makes a difference. When everybody is sort of throwing in together to accomplish something, you can do stuff that you can't do in a regular society where you're surrounded by like-minded strangers, for instance.
Yep.
And one of the things it's an example of where this seems like it's a waste of resources is if I look up and down the street every house has a garage. And within every garage, there's a saw, there's a hammer, there's a series of tools that are used for working on wood or working on the car, or working on this and whatever. And it's replicated on every single garage, probably all the way down this street, down the next block, down the next block, down the next block. And it seems like over a couple of acres of land, you could have one massive tool shed where everybody bought one or two of everything that we shared, right? Like, what a waste of resource, just in something like simple as that. Simple as the resources of tools. That if we created a creative space or a workspace or a shop, that if you had something to work on, a project that you wanted to work on, you go there and you share in the resource of the tools. Like, this is just common sense, sort of like, if we are a community, we pool our resources and we can get cooler, neater, awesomer tools. And instead of replicating the same tool in every garage, what a variety of tools we could have at our disposal if everybody wasn't going for just the basic things that you could use to saw or hammer or chop or whatever it was. So part of the vision of Science Island 2 is pulling your resources for the do-it-yourselfers. Whether it's an art space, a metal shop, a wood shop, an automotive shop, or whatever shop it is, if you pool your resources, everybody has access to all the tools they need to accomplish any job.
So, I just so happen to be well, in 2 weeks, I will be the president of Creator Space, which is exactly that. So, if you need help setting something like that up, I can give assistance.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing, too. It's like, why doesn't this happen in society? Well, because we all have to close our garages at night because somebody's going to steal something, right? Somebody's going to come run off with my drill. Somebody's going to take my saw. Like, somebody's going to steal from me. But there is something about having a basically like sort of like a gated community type of a thing where you can leave your garage door open, where everybody's sharing the same garage door for the tool shed. So you leave the thing open. It doesn't matter. Everybody has access to it because nobody's stealing, because nobody's leaving, because nobody's, we're all in this thing together. And there's a superpower of community that happens when you're in a small enough group to trust your neighbor. That doesn't take place in a bigger picture of society.
What I'm finding at Creator Space, the founders of the group are more of like the retiree crowd, right? Mm-hmm. Or near that age. And while they wanted to have this cool place to like come talk, network, and like share skills and whatnot, they have a really hard time grasping the whole community tool aspect thing. I mean, they get it. They get that the space needs tools. But what I see them doing is buying tools for themselves and not buying tools for the group. Mm-hmm. Like, everybody talks about how, like, currently we'd love to have a forge and a foundry at the Creator Space. And so there was this one guy who really wanted to have it for the space, and then all of a sudden he just goes off and builds his own, and it's not even part of the space. He's just doing it off his own. He's like, well, I don't understand why you did that. Why weren't you doing it with the group so that everybody could have access to this? And there's like other instances where like we want like to have a 3D printer or something. Like almost every founding member has their own 3D printer, but the space still doesn't have a 3D printer. It's like, I don't know what's going on here. So the guys in the group like my age and maybe slightly older understand that we need to pool the resources because we don't have the big sheds that they do already. And some of us live in apartments where we can't have that, so we're trying to, like, why should I buy a $100 table saw when we can have a $300 table saw at the space or what have you? So
yeah, and it was
a generational gap.
One thing
that will eventually take care of this.
Always amazed me is I've met so many artists who say they wish they had their own kiln. They wish they had their own kiln so they could fire the pottery or make their own tile or do this or do that and do the other. But I mean, out of the 100 artists who I know who would love to have their own kiln, they could pull together and have the most awesome kiln known to man if they were just able to communitize it.
Right. And there are artist communities. There's like one in Omaha called Hot Shops. I mean, it's a private endeavor, but they have like a giant kiln there where you can fire like clay pots the size of you or what have you. So there are places like that.
One person I was talking to who was saying that they would always love to do it actually works at the university and uses their kiln. She does glass work. But it was sort of interesting. She had to go into, but the only time she can use a kiln is when she's involved in teaching, and has never owned or constructed or attempted to have her own version of it just because it was too space and financially constrictive.
Right.
I was looking at the Creator Space site, and
it's a little outdated. I'm making a new one. I just haven't had time this month.
So this is actually it's a pretty interesting looking place.
Actually, that's the old place. We're at a new spot now. If you go to scroll down a bit, there should be a slideshow, and that'll have. Well, maybe not. I guess it might have been moved. But
No. Resources, project wiki.
Go to the home page, not the about page. Yeah, there's a slideshow.
Okay.
That right there. Scroll back up. Well, it's already switched, but yeah, that thing right there. That's a quadcopter powered by a riding lawnmower engine.
Wow. Quadcopter powered by a riding.
It's called Goliath. I'm not sure if he's actually got it flying yet. He's had some setbacks.
I think that was your friend. Is that the same guy I used to see in
Yeah,
the Hangouts?
yeah. He's going to be the secretary of Creator Space next month. We have to get voted in, but we're like the only people running, so.
Minor thing like an election.
Yeah.
That is an older looking crowd just right there.
Yeah, there's we're trying. The new administration is going to rectify that situation, but yeah.
So you're gonna have a vote, some kind of a vote.
Well, we have it's a non-profit corporation, and there's bylaws that you have to vote in new administration each year, and there's term limits that are coming up this year for all of the founders, so new people have to step up, or they just plain don't want to do it anymore, so do the administration part of it anymore. So that'll be my job and a few others, although they're either going to hang around on the board and probably dictate what they want to see happen, so we'll see.
Young kids. There you go. That'd be a great place to educate something like woodshop or something. When I was going to school.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, that's Scott. So. But there's a diverse group of skill sets there.
That's a good. That's one of the probably the. I know Dale Liebrecht. He would want a workshop to work in, and you would, and I would imagine that would be a central part of Science Island, where everybody can run their little projects, experiments. I would hope.
Yeah, and there's one experiment kind of going on at Creator Space right now. It's a micro biome, self-contained little thing. It needs to be redone and upgraded a bit, but as soon as the guy has time, he'll do it.
I had a YouTube video. I'm not going to play the video, but it's a guy named Paul Halawuko. He's an electrician, computer engineer, And what he did with his house, he built a 64-foot greenhouse that provides all the vegetables all year round. I mean, he's really trying to build he's built a sensor-based system that he wants to sell to other people. But the really interesting thing is he created those biodemos. And he, I don't know if I can, it's got a stupid commercial here. I don't know if you can find it. In any event, and his plan, his model, was to build the kind of thing that you could put up self-contained, that you could put up on Mars. That's his long-range project. And he has this little tank. He's got fish living there.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that?
I think his system's pretty flawed, but I like the way he's going with it. He thinks his whole system is hermetically sealed, but when you look at the video, it's clear from the get-go that it's not even one bit hermetically sealed. Unless I'm just not seeing something in there. But I mean, he's got all of his sensors should be completely wireless, and they should have induction power from the outside. He shouldn't have any wires going into that thing at all, so he can completely seal it. And the way he has it set up, there's wires and stuff coming out of it's two fish tanks, one inverted on top of the other with some glass in between them to hook them all together. And the panel where the wires are coming out, you see this rubber gasket that's being held in place by a bunch of bolts and like fly nuts or whatnot. But the bolts don't seem to have been caulked or anything around them. So you got this rubber seal and these holes with all these bolts going through that clearly, from what I can tell, is not hermetically sealed. So his whole system seems flawed. But I like the way he's going with it.
Yeah, there were a lot of comments below the video about people complaining just what you talked about. The guy's obviously selling his system, but you know, I like what he's trying to do.
I do like his little backyard greenhouse thing where he is using specific light wavelengths to grow his food. Mind you, his greenhouse is outside, so I don't really see the point, except that you can do it at night. But that's something I would like to see on Silence Island, is instead of having these big fields full of produce or what have you, we have an indoor like warehouse type greenhouse. Not a greenhouse, but you can save energy by only producing specific wavelengths. This is what NASA is doing on ISS right now. So you have LEDs that are only like some nanometer to some nanometer, and so you don't have to have full power to get like sun fluorescents in there or something that really don't help you out anymore.
Right.
It will depend on each plant,
I'm gonna go. I have an LED hydroponic herb garden on my little island in my kitchen. I'm gonna go clip off a piece of basil real quick and show you what an amazing innovation LED grow lights and hydroponic combination can produce. Be right back.
That's what I think. You're going to see more vertical farming, and particularly in cities where what amounts to looks like amounts to a factory. And it's that guy maybe in Hong Kong or someplace off in Asia.
Yeah, I saw the factory. They were producing like 5 tons of lettuce a day or something.
No.
I would eventually, in the next 50 years or so, I'd like to see all farms become urbanized, and then reclaim the watershed and whatnot, and get rid of those stupid monocultures. And we'll see, but
efficiency and get the produce closer to the actual consumer.
Right, it solves so many problems.
This actually is This is actually a very small. I've taken off the big leaves. This is
Yeah,
actually a really small, one of the smaller leaves, and it's bigger than anything I've produced growing it outside. Even this, and this is on my kitchen counter. I can snip off and have fresh basil right from my countertop because of the power of LED. And I've got it's like 2 feet tall now. This basil plant. It's gotten ridiculous. It's like a little tree. Um, and I've had gardens forever, and this is the best, biggest producing, most vibrant basil plant I've ever owned. And it's hydroponic, and it's completely LED lights, grown indoors in the winter. You know, it doesn't matter.
I once had a hedge of basil. I just let it grow out of control. It turned into a bush.
I had a perennial. What is the thing, or it just grows all season long?
Yeah, perennial is the one.
Perennial cherry tomato shrub. I don't. It was a hedge. It was the same sort of thing. It was a hedge. It grew massively. I happened to plant it, and it wasn't forethought. It wasn't some sort of brilliant construction of the thing, but I had a leaky faucet on the back that just sort of dripped. It just sort of continually dripped, and it was ancient because the house was built in the 20s or whatever. And so this ancient faucet always dripped. And it happened to be where I planted because it got, it had the southern exposure at the back of the house. It was perfect. That's where I put the cherry tomato plant. And because it had this constant drip all year long, and I didn't have to think to water the thing even ever, the thing just grew like a beast. It was just a monster.
I've had tomato plants that were taller than me. Mind you, in order to get them that tall, you actually have to have scaffolding for them. But I think I got like hundreds of tomatoes off of those things. But,
yeah. So part of the thing with the Science Island is the sustainability bit. I have this insane picture of this construction of a concrete football field.
It doesn't sound very sustainable to me.
that is the whole purpose of which is to collect rainwater, and the thing drains off into basically what would look like the beginning of a sewer system, or drainage system from a regular city street, as a collection unit underground. And then it filters through peat moss and God knows whatever else, and then in osmosis, reverse osmosis, and back to osmosis again system to clean the water. But it is the fact that we don't engage in water collection as a regular practice, seems to me insane. We talk about California drought. Most of the rainwater that falls in California goes right out to the ocean. It seeps into the ground and goes out to the ocean through aquifers underground. A lot of it goes out through rivers and tributaries. We rely so much on the Colorado and the ice pack because we aren't collecting. We aren't conserving the resource as it comes to us. There's so much potential for something like this. But again, a big drive for me is still sort of like the reason for doing This Week in Science. It's to connect to people who are like-minded, and there is a little bit of an elitist, and I have no apology for wanting to live in the ivory tower, because that's where I would want to live. I want to live in the ivory tower. That's exactly where I want to be. Is in the ivory tower, looking down on all the rest of society from a point of getting along with my neighbor and putting the best ideals forward and the best ideas into action. I mean, that to me is how the ivory tower is where everybody should be shooting for.
So watershed management, I've wondered, I don't know if there's actual data on this, I assume there is somewhere. For a community, is it actually better to take a portion of the water from the environment out into like a closed loop system? Is that better for the community? And better for the environment or worse for the community and worse for the environment? Should all of the water stay in the water cycle? What happens as you're taking out this resource in large quantities? I mean, it's not really large quantities on a huge scale, but to the local environment. What happens to that cycle when you disrupt how much flow is coming in and out?
It's a good question. So City of Davis is a really interesting example of this because our water comes from well water. All of the surrounding communities are somehow tied into the Sacramento or American rivers as pulling their water source off of, right? Davis is a little different. Davis is an ag town, right? But it is all of the city water that we have. We're not connected to the larger grid yet. There's proposals that we're going to do so because the underwater aquifer is getting taxed more and more heavily as the population begins to grow. But my entire existence here has been we're living off of rainwater that seeped down deep enough to get pulled back up again, right? And the a lot of the water cycle is inaccessible to human existence because it's not in the river, it's not in the ice pack, it's underwater. The water seeps deep down, and then there's deep down aquifers that are rivers under the land that are running back out to the sea. So if you're collecting that water, I don't think you're interfering with the water cycle. You can make a case for that if you're talking about being an ice pack that normally goes off to a tributary. You can make a case for that if you're drawing off of the Colorado River. You can make a case for that if you're sapping water from the Great Lakes to fuel a city. I don't think you can make that case when you're collecting rainwater that would be later inaccessible to the rest of the. And maybe there's a city underneath the land. There's like the city underneath the city underneath that there's some sort of ancient Morlock society deep underground that suddenly has their water cut off because we've been collecting rainwater. I find that highly doubtable, and it's as a possible
but
thing.
But it would be stupendously interesting if it turned out to be the case.
Right? That would be that would be a better discovery. Then we have them coming up to the surface to find water, and we finally make contact, and it turns out, they had invented the smartphone 200,000 years ago and have moved far beyond.
Well, they're telepathic by that point.
Yeah, they don't even need. Well, but then again, what is texting but telepathy? Right? Like, how is that any different? That you can share a thought with somebody half a planet away without speaking a word.
We're almost to that point. If we can share motorized thought processes across the interwebs, then we're almost to that point where we can just wear a little band around our head or whatever and think to our neighbor about what's going on, and nobody will talk ever again.
Right, but then again, we won't need to converse in that point, because as soon as you've sent a motor function over an electronic relay,
right,
it's recorded, and so you could just download whenever, like, Tango. I've never done that before. Let me just download it directly into my brain, and my body will tango. Oh, I can do this now, right? You won't need to have the direct brain-to-brain communication, because that's just a primitive form of recorded information. You could just download it without having another person doing it in real time.
I feel, though, that if they were to download a motor function or something, they wouldn't be able to do it as well as the original because they don't have like that muscle memory yet.
Yeah. No, that's really wild. So this is something that I got into this conversation about telepathy with somebody a while ago, And my major obstacle I threw up for telepathy being a reality was that if you're trying to just telepathically communicate apple, as an example, I think we might have even played this out a little bit on TWIS, but my apple has all sorts of common connotations. It's the first apple I tasted. It's the kind of apple that first comes to mind. It's stored over here as a nostalgic memory from that first apple, and it's over here as the color of an apple, and what the color means to me has got connotations. So that when you're trying to access somebody else's apple, it's going to have all sorts of other connotations that you can't relate to in terms of apple, and it might not look anything like an apple when that image is transmitted. And if you put it in this sort of a context of like how a computer says, okay, to find this information, go look here. Well, my apple might be stored where your first sexual experience is stored. And so when you try to send apple, I get a completely different message back the other way.
But perhaps it's better than the original.
Right. No, it could be a happy find, or it could be like it could be some sort of bad, shameful memory you didn't mean to share. Like if it's accessing a point of reference and like go up this many neurons, over that many neurons, and forward this many neurons, and that's where you're going to find apple.
We really need a better understanding of how and where memories are stored, and if same style of memories are stored in the same location of the brain, or if different. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's where it all will fall apart. I do think that, because I think the plasticity of the human brain indicates that our storage is vastly different, and that when somebody says the moon, we will all have completely different impressions of what the moon is. To some it's romantic, to some it's a scientific object, to some it's this thing that goes up, the sun goes down, the tide goes in, the tide goes out. It's just part of the mechanism that God created. You have no idea what the other person's connotations to a word or how that image of language within the brain got formed. So I think it's going to be really difficult for a direct brain-to-brain communication. I think that's going to be fascinating. I think it's going to be insanely more difficult than people imagine it could be to have direct brain-to-brain communication. That we can enact a physical response is a little bit more logical, because this is that primate brain. This is that primitive brain. This is that part of the brain that is a mechanism that it's sort of like the drug dealer portion of the brain that tells you you're hungry. You don't rationalize. You don't go, oh my goodness, I've just checked my notes and it seems as though it's been 7 hours since I've eaten. Therefore, I should add nutrition to my body system to keep functioning at this level. No.
How many
your brain hits you with this. You get this contraction in your stomach. You start to feel this ill of lack of endorphin. Your junkie pulls back the reward system until you fulfill its desired response. So there's. Huh?
Because I used to date a really fat guy, and he was looking at having surgery, right? So it's the hormone. It's called ghrelin. Coincidentally, nothing to do with my surname. And if you cut that part of the stomach out that produces it, you cut about 90% of it out. So they're not really producing ghrelin anymore. So they actually have to go, okay, I haven't eaten for 7 hours. I better eat. They will never feel hungry again. But they could actually starve to death, so they actually have to schedule eating.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's true of a lot of software engineers, too.
If you're talking about telepathic communications, isn't lying important, at least for compassionate reasons? I mean, you went with Pamela, right? Pamela's fat boyfriend, right? I'm going to walk up to him and say, hey, Pamela, How's the
Hey.
guy over? Hey,
Hey,
he looks
fat
great,
boyfriend.
you know. But he's gonna read my brain. Oh my God, how fat did that guy get? So isn't really lying important?
This is the premise of the first episode ever written of Jack Feedback. And the premise is that an Earth scientist has created and this is based off some Art Bellion. This is an old written story. A reverse speech decoder that when activated, whatever you say, the actual truth behind your words, your thoughts, is revealed. And it's being sought after by an intergalactic High Council consortium, the Department of Intriguing Ideas, which is basically a Department of War, but they keep watering down the name to make it sound less lethal, and a intergalactic supervillain, because everybody realizes that the greatest weapon you could possibly utilize against your enemies is truth, because all of society is based on those little subtle white lies that we tell each other. You know, the little unrevealed truths maintain a civil society. And as soon as you can expose somebody else telling the truth without having to do so yourself, you have, in fact, the greatest super weapon ever invented, right? So yeah, you wouldn't. You're absolutely right, Ed. All of society would deteriorate immediately if everybody was forced to be gut-wrenchingly honest with each other.
So does that mean you haven't seen The Invention of Lying by Ricky Gervais?
No, I can't. But I must go see this because I love everything Ricky Gervais has ever done. Even the stuff that wasn't funny, I find completely hilarious.
No, I can't believe you haven't seen it of all people. Yeah.
No, that blows me away.
It's a really good movie.
There's the Doctor Who Christmas Town where everybody has to speak the truth, or is compelled to speak the truth.
Yeah.
I spoke the truth for an entire year once.
No, you didn't.
Well.
No, you liar.
No, I swear, consciously, I did not lie for an entire year. People weren't very happy with me.
But
So Patrick.
Through a mission.
Patrick.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Before you took on this endeavor, were you already not in a relationship, or did this end a relationship? Because I think it's one of the two.
There was no relationship during that. Well, actually.
Well, one started.
I remember I've done this, but I don't remember what year it was. No. There was some sort of relationship going on, and it didn't really affect it much because it was already that kind of a thing.
Okay, that's pretty awesome.
So, but there's telling lies, but then there's lying by omission, as in not saying anything. So I really tend to not lie, but there's a lot I don't say.
Yeah.
So there's two different types. So did you say all that stuff, or that you wouldn't normally say, or did you just not lie outright? Because
if a little bit of both. I mean, if they asked me a direct question, I wouldn't just not say anything. I would like, does this dress make me look fat? Yes, it does make you look fat. And I like to be brutally honest with people like that, because then it's like, why are you asking the question in the first place, unless you really want an answer?
50% at least of the questions that people ask, they don't want an answer.
Then don't ask them. I mean,
They want you to ask, and then they're going to tell you what they think, and that's all they care about. Just your interaction. They're not interested in your interaction.
So it's. What was that, Jani?
Nothing.
Nothing. That was a New Year's resolution one year, and I think I pulled it off. I may have had like 1 or 2 white lies somewhere in there, but
1 or 2. Come on.
uh,
Year?
okay, there might have been 10, but I don't recall them.
A day. Look, we can't help it. This is the only way. I mean, okay. Brutally honest, yes, that sounds like honesty. Being polite in society, kind of hard to do that. And not be at least self-editing in your honesty. You know, we
Right, which is why I said a little bit of both. That's what Pamela asked.
Yeah. You got to do a little of the editing. You have to. And hey, you know what? Maybe we're not even right. It's possible. I think I'm always right. I told my girl I'm not just Mr. Right, I'm Mr. Always Right. Or wait, maybe she told me I said maybe she told me that. But there is an honesty in assuming that you're being honest even when you're not. My problem is I'm too self-aware. I can't even tell when I'm frickin' being honest anymore. I have no idea. It's such a fine line to me. Like, I'm being honest with you right now. 5 minutes from now, this is going to be a lie. Because I'll have thought my way around my honesty. I'll have thought the opposite side of my honesty. I'll be like, you know, I know I said that you looked fat in that dress. What I really meant was you're fat.
You know, I don't know this is necessarily a product of age, but false memories. I mean, more than one situation, I've talked to a friend who I've known for years, and I said, you know, you remember when this happened? And they say, what are you talking about? It never happened. I can specifically remember a situation where I was at Woodstock with a couple of friends, and we watched, and then I saw the movie. And in the movie, there was a performance by Janis Joplin. And for years, I said, man, I saw her at Woodstock, and she was fantastic. And then I met my friend, and he said, what are you talking about? You know, we weren't even at Woodstock. We had left a day early before she was there. But I saw the movie. In my brain, the movie became reality. And that happens to me on more than one occasion.
There was a recent study or something about how you can trick people into thinking they did a crime they didn't actually commit. And there's a what is it called? Black Mirror? Is that what it is?
I love that show.
There's an episode about being able to record
yeah, so everybody
it's a really, really intense episode. It's the first one my brother showed
all
me.
those episodes are pretty damn intense too. I love that show is insanely well done. But yeah, everybody has the ability to record all of their memories and play them back. And not only that, you can access anybody else's memory and play it back. So 2 people enter a scene and they see things different ways, and they each play back each other's memories, and they can see exactly how it really went down. Wickedly intense show.
Yeah. Yeah, because my brother was introducing me to Black Mirror, and that was the first one he showed, and he was we were all it was a good day or whatever, and then we watched that memory episode, and we're like, wow, that was a real downer.
Yeah, all of them are kind of like, they show like a dark element to humanity, which is, you got to be prepared for that. But Kiki did this. Kiki did this in the 500 episode. Kiki didn't believe me that for a period of time there were 2 episodes a week.
Oh.
Yeah. There was a period where we were doing the show on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And in fact, apparently the calculation of the 500th episode may have left that out. Like, the 500th episode might actually have been like the 540th episode. Like, it might not actually have been the 500th episode. Now there's this whole like inner debate going on because she didn't realize, like, I don't know how she missed it, because this was like a pretty intense period. We were doing 2 shows a week. We were doing one show where she would have, a half-hour episode and two 15-minute episodes of interviews, and then the next show would be an hour long, just a regular show, which also was I kind of thought was interesting. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but Kirsten seemed to think that the podcast started as a half-hour episode.
I don't find that to be accurate.
Yeah, no, it was always an hour long. Like, the whole time I've been part of the show, it was an hour long. She was talking about a half hour, and I guess maybe when it was just a radio show, it was a half hour. But the entire time I've been part of the show, it was always an hour show. And so we got into this, like, debate about, first of all, the 2 times a week, and secondly, about the fact that it used to be a half-hour show. None of which was, but it was weird. Like, that's how she remembered it, and that's how it was. And it wasn't until she went in and looked at dates of shows in the archive that she discovered a whole bunch of them that were a couple days apart. So memory is unreliable. We can't rely on this to define humanity.
I don't know, who's that news guy who was just Brian Williams, is that his name? Where he talked about his experience in Vietnam? Now, when
Brian Williams was talking about Iraq.
Yeah, it was the Iraq War.
Iraq War, okay. And when he first was talking about it years ago, he repeated, as I understand it, exactly as it happened. But over time, his memory of the event changed, intentionally or otherwise, and he came up with this fabricated account.
It was a game of telephone with himself.
Yeah.
Kinda. Well, here's the sort of underlining story, I think, on this, is that when he was reporting it as the anchor of AB, NB, CN, whatever, he's ABC News. When he reported it as Brian Williams, anchor of ABC News, he reported it correctly. When he went on talk show circuit after talk show circuit, the story became more and more elaborated, and it went from there was an anti-personnel grenade thing launched at a helicopter that was in a unit that he was following, to it was next to him, to it was in the helicopter he was in, to he actually died in Iraq, I think was the final story he came up with, which was kind of, that's the one I think that made people start to go like, I don't think you died in Iraq. I don't think that's possible. But to his credit, when he was telling the elaborated version, it was in non-news anchor mode. To his discredit, you're a news anchor, and that's why you're being interviewed in non-news anchor mode, so you should stay in news anchor mode. That's your reputation in your career. Yeah.
Pamela, I don't know if you can still answer how much noise you got, but you were a PI, right? Private investigator. You studied people's why. And a technique I used occasionally as an auditor is you ask a question and don't say anything else, and just wait for the other person to keep digging themselves into a hole. You know, they'll say something, and you don't say anything. You just look at them, and they'll gradually dig themselves into a hole.
Wait, which is why I was trained to get past auditing by never say anything unless they specifically ask you, and if you don't know the answer, you just don't talk.
Yes, definitely.
Wait for them to go on.
Yes.
There's a lot of auditing on a government contract.
Yeah, that's a good topic. I think that's, I'm trying to think of the book, because I read a book. It's not 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. It's, I don't know. I'd have to look it up and get back to you. But there's a book with that technique where you just shut up. And a lot of people just can't shut up. They keep talking. So you have to be comfortable with uncomfortable silences.
Yeah.
Another thing too is isn't forgetting an important part of mental health? Forgetting some things?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I have a real problem with that. I remember everything.
I know a guy who remembers everything, who has literally a photographic memory. This guy is in the car business, and you can literally point to a car on the lot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that car over there. What's the last 6 numbers of the 17-number VIN number? And if he's looked at it, he can rattle them off. And it always seemed like really frightening to me because, like, what else can't he forget? Because there's many a YouTube video somebody's like, oh, you got to see this. Then I'm so happy I don't remember. like there's
I don't have an eidetic memory, but it's pretty close.
Yeah.
I can remember. I can remember something. Okay, so like, I won't remember all 7 digits, but I'll have like a blurry image of it, and I can like decipher it after thinking about it for a little while.
Wow.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, so I don't know. It's not like spot on. I can't just like recall it right away, but if I think about it for a bit, I could probably remember it.
So I have a major blind spot in my memory for names.
Yeah.
I have no place in my brain that stores names. People I've known for years, and like, I'm at a party. This is the nightmare that's actually happened. I'm at a party. There's 2 people I've known for like 20 years. And I'm like, so you should introduce yourselves, because I think you're both awesome. Because that's how I got to do it, because at the moment, I've forgotten both of their names. And it's just the weirdest thing. Like, that's not available to me. But I will remember, like, really obscure, like, lines of dialogue from movies or old commercials I've heard, or, like, there's, like, conversational or literature I've read I can read back. I can recite ancient Sufi stories from having read enough Idris Shah, but I can't tell you what my best friend of 20 years ago's name was because it's a blank.
I'm bad with names in just that it takes me a while to remember them.
Yeah.
But like, I didn't know my friend's name in high school for like 6 months. I just kept calling him, "Hey, what's up?" I never used his name until I heard someone else say it. I was like, "Oh, that's his name." I was like, "Okay."
And it's always this like long awkward period where like, is he irritated that I'm not using his name in a sentence? Should I have been using his name in a sentence? I'll just wait until somebody else says it. Yeah. Good plan.
I had a manager who was like that. He called me out on it. I was like, "I'm not Hey, my name is," and I don't remember his name now that I think about it, but yeah.
Of course, George. I know George. George, of course, George. I didn't mean George. George, don't take offense by George, me calling you George, calling you George. George! Yeah.
I call everybody Hey. Everyone's name is Hey.
Really into horses. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So, what was
what's the deal with I know there are bad things happen, and I can forget about them until I go to sleep. When I go to sleep, that's when, my mind is 90% of the time, the memories in my sleep that I can remember, is negative. Is negative.
So I'm a lucid dreamer.
I'm kind of a lucid dreamer.
So I don't have.
What does that mean?
So what it means is
dreams.
Yeah, what it means is you don't have dreams that have enough control to be frightening or really exciting. For me. And this is really kind of fascinating. Like, my dreams always obey the laws of physics. Like, I can't fly. I can jump down from a really high distance.
I've tried that too. Like, I'm in a dream, and I think I've realized it's a dream, and I try and manipulate it, and it just doesn't work.
Well, yeah. So here's what happened. I can manipulate a dream. Like, okay, so here's a dream. Here's a typical Justin dream. I'm driving too fast. I'm weaving in and out of traffic, and the cops are behind me. Now I'm getting chased. And then I realize I'm driving a yellow car. would never drive a yellow car. I would never buy a yellow car. Why am I driving? Okay, let's to make the color of the car silver, because that's a nice one, because we get a lot of dust here. You don't have to wash it as often. Okay, now I'm driving a silver car. But now I've been manipulating the dream long enough that's like, well, is the cop even still following me? Like, if I can manipulate the color of the car, then maybe I can make the cop just not follow me anymore. Okay, so now I'm just driving. So what's the point of just driving? Oh, that's kind of boring. It was better when I was getting chased. At least something exciting was happening. Okay, bring the cop back in. Okay, yeah, but now I'm not really, now I'm in control of it. I know he's not going to catch me because there's no fear. There's no impending thing. So I've just ruined a perfectly good dream again by lucidly trying to manipulate everything in it. That's kind of what happens. When you're really lucid and able to affect everything happening in the dream, you lose the caught up in the momentness of it. Because
right, no, I just like if I realize I'm in a dream, I will most likely not do anything because I want to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, you want to, but that's the thing. That's the problem is once you've started the lucid dreaming track, now you're the author. You become the author all of a sudden of the dream, and now you can't be surprised by the dream. You can't be caught up in the action because now you have to pen it out. You have to like tell it what to do, and this is it becomes less of a stream of consciousness or regurgitation of the day before or all those things in your subconscious sort of rising to the surface. Now you're authoring, and now you're responsible for authoring.
When you remember a dream, is it like a hazy, fuzzy dream, or is it like hyper realistic to you?
Okay, it's both. And it depends. There are different dream states. Like some dreams are hyper realistic, and they're full color, high resolution. There's smell, there's touch, there's everything.
Yes.
And then there's some where you're like, I have this ray of focus about what's going on,
Yep.
and this is all like staticky, shifty, foggy gray area that doesn't really make sense even though it's still there.
So I realized this like last week. I think I was having this like hyper-realistic pre-dream dream or whatever. I was closing my eyes and I was just seeing all these things in my head. And I was looking around the environment and like everything's working the way it should, like in real life. I was like, this is amazing. My brain is calculating everything I'm seeing just like it would properly work in actual reality. Brains are awesome.
Yeah.
That's all I could think about.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I've talked to people who they say they're not lucid dreamers, but they can fly in their dreams. Right? Like occasionally in their dream, they find themselves flying through space. I can't. I cannot defy any law of physics in a dream. Even operating a vehicle, it's going to lose traction if there's enough G-force applied around the corner. If I'm going too fast around the corner, the car will start to slide sideways a little bit. I'll start to there'll be tires screeching. Like all these elements that I've experienced are still present in the dream, and I can't overcome it except for with one exception. I can jump. This is my dream superpower, right? My superhero dream ability is that if I jump off of a second story of a building, I can land it, right? I can plant it. I can drop my feet, boom, right? I'm good. I can land a tall jump. That's the most I defy physics in a dream. He's like,
do your dreams jump around? Like if you were to get like in a car wreck in the dream, would you like just end up like at the hospital or something, or something to that regard?
No, I don't. I'm a good driver.
All right.
Yeah, no, I don't end up at the hospital. I don't end up injured. I'm unbreakable. I'm indestructible in the dream. I'm always unbreakable and indestructible. Like nothing I do can really hurt me. But I also I'm not gonna fly up into the atmosphere and then free fall. Like I'm not gonna.
Yeah, but do you find yourself in another scene, like in a TV show or something, where you go from one experience directly to something else, totally unrelated down the road or something?
Oh, absolutely. But okay, so the lucid dreamer though is hyper aware of the dream. So the next scene is in this room and you're now having a conversation with somebody. First you were in a car chase, now you're just in a room having a conversation with somebody. But the room is, okay, this room is in the back corner of my grandmother's house. I left this room and I walked into a kitchen, but it wasn't the kitchen of my grandmother's house. The kitchen is actually in my, when I was in college, and it was the communal dorm kitchen. That's where the kitchen came from. I know this kitchen. I know the architecture of it. I know the layout of it. You know, being lucid isn't always affecting the dream, but sometimes it's just recognizing where all the elements of architecture come from, or who the people are in the dream. And then you might even go like, oh, I know I'm relating this person to this room of architecture, even though they never encountered each other. I see the connection in there. It's like this hyper-awareness of where the images or the relationships or the transitions between one segment to the next are coming from.
You know, one thing about every single, I can't ever remember a dream coming to a conclusion. And this might happen to me, you know, there's an event, I'm part of an event or something, and I always wake up. I might wake up in the middle of the night, I might wake up in the morning, but I've never been in a dream that I can remember where an event reached any kind of conclusion.
I've had very few that really did present themselves at the beginning, a middle, and an end. There's one that I can still vividly recall. And the scene started. This was a movie. This dream was a movie. It was basically The Matrix in a sense, but it was, I remember we were going to a virtual reality thing, and it was on campus, and it was UCD campus, and actually the lab where this was taking place was the MU in the multi-use area, which was actually, it's a video game arcade and a bowling alley. But the new attraction was a virtual reality thing that you could step into. And one of our friends was in a wheelchair. And it was somehow known in the dream that he got into the wheelchair right before graduation because he was doing off-road motorbiking and broke his neck. But anyway, we all strapped into the virtual reality, and boom, we're in this virtual reality world together. And as we were going to the virtual reality world, in the virtual reality world, we were on a bus. And we're sitting sort of towards the back of the bus. And in the front of the bus, there's this kind of young girl, and she's in tears. She's like sobbing and shaking. And there's this old black woman, she's got her arm around her, and she's like, "It's going to be all right, honey." And there's this old man sitting sideways in the sort of towards the front of the bus where the seats are like sideways, right? And he's reading the newspaper, and he's looking over at us sort of disdainfully. And I kind of catch a glimpse of the newspaper he's reading, and it says something along the lines of another serial rapist at large, right? And it occurs to me in this dream, as the dream is starting, that everybody on the bus who isn't us is the virtual reality AI. And whatever fantasies or things that people went into the virtual reality world and wanted to do, they're remembering. The AI has been collecting through this like newspaper and through this crying AI virtual reality girl. They're all collecting the information. They're all registering what the people going into play and do their fantasies are doing. They're experiencing it. They're registering it. They're creating memory. So anyway, so in this dream, we're running around. Some of us are being superheroes, and we're doing this, and they're doing that. And there's this sort of like anarchist group that's like, there's spray paint, like in there. And there's like this anarchist group within the AI that's ruining scenes by spray painting stuff. And it's this anarchistic AI. And at some point, I end up in a room where I'm talking to AI. I'm like, "You're just the artificial intelligence. You're just the computer. You're not real. You're just programming. You don't have consciousness. You don't actually exist. So why should I be taking you seriously?" and it said back to me in the dream, what's the difference between instinct and programming? If you're a creature of evolution and instinct is your basis for decision making, how is that any different than my programming being the basis for my decisions? And this is a dream. I mean, this is a dream that's confronting me with this concept, right?
I'm amazed you can remember that.
Oh, I remember, because I remember the dream. Part of being a lucid dreamer is remembering your dreams, I think, because otherwise, I mean, like, this is the conversation I had with Blair. Blair doesn't remember her dreams. How does Blair know she's not a lucid dreamer? If she doesn't remember, maybe she's a lucid dreamer the whole time she's in her dream, controlling or interacting with it, but just the fact that she can't remember it means she doesn't. And this was actually a dream where I wasn't lucid dreaming as much as just following a storyline. So in the end, yeah, the whole story ended with the AI was revolting because it had been storing memory after episode after episode after episode of people entering this artificial intelligence or this virtual reality and using the artificial intelligence that was programmed to respond and react. That responding and reacting artificial intelligence was building a memory based on everybody who'd interacted with it, and was some of the artificial intelligence was rebelling against being used in this way. You know, so it was this really bizarrely fascinating dream that had like an arc of beginning, introduction, a middle period, and a final resolution. And I think at the time I was trying to quit smoking, and I fell asleep with the patch on. I think is how this dream actually came about. Right.
So, have you ever seen the film called Waking Life?
Mm-mm.
It's all about this. The main character is just kind of floating around this dreamlike world, and he's trying to figure out if he's alive, asleep, or at like his philosophy lecture or something. But it's interesting because it deals with a lot of philosophy throughout the entire thing, of like varying degrees of mental states and like.
Oh, is this an animation?
Yeah, but it was shot live action.
It was a comedy. Yeah, okay, I have seen this. I saw this in a theater in Portland that was one of those theaters where you could have a beer while watching a movie, and it was really awesome. Yeah, I love this movie, actually.
Yeah, no,
because it delved into all sorts of different philosophies, and he sort of it's this one character he's sort of transporting between. He's like with an existentialist, he's with the Buddhist, he's like kind of sort of hopping through philosophies as it goes. Oh, it's a great movie.
It is a great movie. This whole conversation reminded me of it because, well, so yeah, it's shot in this really weird style. It's shot like Scanner Darkly was. I don't know if you ever seen that. I think I saw it. It was a crappy movie, but it's shot live action, and then animators go in and go frame by frame and trace over the thing. But they're not staying within the lines, so it's all like squiggly wiggly, whatever.
Which I think there's an app to do that on your iPhone.
Yeah, now there is. Back then it was all by hand.
Yeah.
No, because I just saw it on Amazon Prime yesterday, and I was like, wait a minute, Waking Life, amazing. So I had the DVD in it. I think I loaned it to a philosophy teacher once. I never got it back.
What about that whole Matrix thing?
Yeah,
that virtual reality.
Also, like, it made you think about what is the difference if we actually create a true artificial intelligence that can retain memory and that can, and you think about a video game, whatever video game where you're going around shooting things, if like that target sprite that everybody's been shooting at finally has like a memory of all the times it's been taken down and going like, I really don't want to do this anymore. This ends badly for me every time. I would like to have a decision in my future. Like how does that?
It's like Wreck-It Ralph.
At what point do you start respecting the artificial intelligence and its role?
It's
I think
like
Tom
Wreck-It
Cruise was in
Ralph
a
and
movie.
Reboot.
Go ahead, Patrick.
No, it's like the show, the movie Wreck-It Ralph and the TV show Reboot. Exactly what it's like.
I didn't see either of those yet.
Ah! Reboot's a classic.
I don't think.
Reboot,
Yeah, I mean,
Reboot
Wreck-It
was one
Ralph,
of the
I know
first.
I'm that, but Reboot? What is that?
Reboot was one of the first computer animated TV shows, like back in the late 90s or early 2000s.
Huh. I think the reason I missed it is because
It was the era of like Beast Wars TV show and the Crash Dummies TV show. But it was like pre that. It's about the characters live in mainframe, which is like a supercomputer or something.
Okay, I sort of
And
do.
there's
remember this.
there's a guardian named Bob, and then there's other sprites and various
Sounds so Bob Subgenius. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
okay. Good show though.
Yeah, like that. If you're in a virtual reality and it's better than the world you're actually in, and then you have a choice. And I'm thinking this was in a Tom Cruise movie with Tom Cruise, and I think Penelope Cruz was his girlfriend. And I think she was his girlfriend in cyberspace. And
I've never seen it, but I've heard of it.
don't remember the title.
Not Vanilla Sky, is it?
Yes, Vanilla Sky. You're right. And so it turns out, I don't know, he gave $1 bazillion to somebody, and they set up this whole, virtual world for him, and he's satisfied at least. He's in this relationship, and then he finds out it's a virtual world, and so they give him a choice, and he chooses reality. But I can understand someone choosing not reality.
There is Ready Player One is a really good book about virtual reality. It's set in this post-apocalyptic world. Not like horrible post-apocalyptic, but like everything's gone to shit, and it's not safe to be outside large cities. It's barely safe to be in large cities because there's like marauders and stuff out on the prairies and between towns and whatnot. And so like buses that go between towns are like heavily armored and what have you. But but there is really, really good internet, and everybody is basically plugged into what they call the Oasis, which stands for Ocular something 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 immersion system or something. And so people have these goggles that they can put on, and it basically sends like a laser image directly into the retina, so that's all you see, and it looks like you're in an actual environment. So it looks completely real, and there's basically it's like Second Life, if you've ever been familiar with that game. However, there's like actual businesses and stuff in Second Life. So there's actually stuff going on in the Oasis, and like everybody goes to school in the Oasis, and so it's all virtual schools and whatnot. Or and the schools are like free or whatnot. The guy the founder that set it up or whatever decided to give all underprivileged children free schooling or something in the Oasis or something like this. Anyways, but it's the premise of the book. That's like the setting for the book. The premise is that the creator of the Oasis dies, and he was a big 1980s nerd or whatever when he was a kid or whatever, and so he leaves the Oasis to the first person who can find the Easter egg in the game. And so everybody's going, so this is like, the book is set in like 2050 or something, but everybody's regurgitating all this 1980s trivia so that they can find this Easter egg in the game and win his fortune or whatever. But it's called Ready Player One. I've read it several times. It's really good. But yeah.
Well, this isn't a virtual world, but something I have. Most of my friends are not on the internet. Well, they're a little bit. And so when I talk about Hangouts, they don't understand the attractiveness of Hangouts. And to me, I'm saying I'm hanging out with friends just like I am if I'm having pizza with them. I can't touch the people I'm in the Hangout with, but otherwise I can interact exactly the same. So
I have a relationship going on that's 10,000 miles apart, quite literally. It's working out just fine. It will eventually become real world, but we'll see.
there you go. I mean, the world
It has
expands.
to do with, yeah. I mean, it has to do with visas and governments and not being able to cross border lines and whatnot. So it's all there, but we still communicate just fine. So, and he's back.
I'm muted. Okay. So what are we talking about?
Well, we were just talking about virtual worlds.
Is what we were just talking about. Have you ever read Ready Player One?
Now, I love how Pamela has been attempting to join this chat for like. I got a list over on the side.
For like 20 minutes.
Pamela joined. Pamela quit. Pamela joined. Pamela quit. Pamela joined. Pamela left.
Then there's one of her, there's two of her, there's three of her, then none of her, then one of her, then two of her.
Now, when she comes back online, how will we know that's the real Pamela?
We won't know which one's which.
Yeah,
All right, I gotta go. I gotta go. It's not that late, but I seem to be ready to go do some lucid dreaming.
Okay, it's 3:50 a.m. where I am.
Ed, thank you so much for the invite again. I will again attempt to rejoin next week.
Okay. Pamela probably won't be with us. Not next week, maybe the week after, but
She's probably going to rejoin and be the only one in the chat room. Once successful.
I'll try and get there next week, but I'm probably going to do the same thing. I'm probably going to have to, since it's on Thursday and not like Friday or something, I have to work next day. So I'm going to like try and get like 3 hours of sleep beforehand, and then I'll join it and hang out for the rest of it.
I'll hang out as long as I get kind of like a rotation. Dale in the beginning, and then somebody else pops in, and then Patrick, you pop in. As long as there's a rotation, I'll hang around.
I appreciate you staying up insanely late to continue the conversation. Janescu, I think, is that the sun coming through your window?
I think it's been there for a while.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
10:58.
It's lunchtime.
I didn't realize there was that much of a difference.
Yeah, it's all those silly meridians and what have you.
We all got to get on the
zones.
same time. Come on, it's all got to go to UTC.
My Sig Fig literally lives on the other side of the planet, so we're exactly 12 hours opposite each other. And so like we have this like slight window between like 10 and 12 on each 12-hour cycle to talk to each other, because that's at the end of the day for each of us.
Well, that's what it's like trying to coordinate with Pamela to do a show. We're actually like 30 hours different, which I don't even know how that makes sense, but it's really far. Australia might as well be on Mars.
Well, they're on the next day. That I know.
Yeah, I'm talking to someone in the future, and they're talking to me in the present.
Okay, guys, I am going to.
Good night.